Welcome, everyone. I'm Seth Jones. I'm the Senior Vice President and the Director of the International Security Program here at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And on behalf of CSIS, I'd like to welcome everyone, both in person and online, for a great discussion on what has become an important component of the Department of Defense's defense planning, the larger role of missile defenses. As the Pentagon's recent National Defense Strategy, the unclassified version, noted, missiles have become, quote, a principal means by which adversaries seek to project conventional or nuclear power, end quote. And as such, quote, missile defense is a core deterrence by denial component, end quote, of how we contend with adversaries. We're here today to mark the 40th anniversary of Ronald Reagan's speech announcing the Strategic Defense Initiative. That speech, which was in March of 1983, came just a few weeks after his Evil Empire speech, which was March 9th. They were all coordinated toward the larger strategic goal of winning and bringing an end to the Cold War. One of the most recent books that I wrote was on President Reagan's covert action program to provide assistance to Solidarity. And I had the opportunity to talk to a number of folks within that administration and to spend several months overall in the Reagan Library going through National Security Council discussions. One of the things I've always found helpful about the way he looked at SDI and the broader situation that the U.S. was in at the time was this was a struggle between democratic governments, including the U.S. Not always perfect, but it was a relatively clear competition between that democratic U.S. and its partners and allies in a communist and authoritarian Soviet Union. And there clearly are parallels to the situation we find ourselves in today. We're pleased that today's conference is being co-hosted by the Ronald Reagan Foundation and Institute, and you'll hear from several representatives from them later today, including Roger Zackheim, the director of the Institute. The title of today's conference is Missile Defense at 40. There were obviously a number of missile defense efforts that preceded the 1980s, going back to, at the very least, the 1940s. But what Reagan's speech would inaugurate is the broader institutionalization of what we call now the missile defense enterprise. So it brought together various components of research, development, testing efforts from across the services under one roof, called the Strategic Defense Initiative, and gave them a new purpose. So a lot has transpired since that speech and since that time. And we're going to cover all that today, or at least a chunk of it. We'll begin with a panel on congressional perspectives. We've got a great panel here. Then turn to scholars, practitioners, and alums of the administration at that time. We're then pleased to welcome Vice Admiral Hill of the Missile Defense Agency, and we'll finally conclude this broader discussion with an industry panel looking at what has changed and what kind of challenges they face today. Each of these panels is designed both to look forward, but also to look backward, so to be retrospective and perspective. So thank you all for coming, again, both virtually and in person. I'm going to turn you over now to Tom Karako. Tom is the director of the Missile Defense Project here at the Center for Strategic International Studies, who together with his fantastic team in the Missile Defense Project put together today's conference, and who's going to moderate our first panel. So with that, Tom, I will turn this over to you.
All right. Well, Seth, thank you very much. Thanks everybody for being here in person, online. We're going to go ahead and get started with our first, as Seth said, our congressional perspectives, and we're really honored to have here both the chair and the ranking members of the House Armed Services Strategic Forces Subcommittee. So thank you, gentlemen, Mr. Lamborn, Mr. Moulton, for being here. We're just going to jump right in, I would say, and I was hoping you all might start off by telling us kind of how you think about the missile defense landscape today. How do you think about it on Capitol Hill and more broadly? And in some respects, looking back a little bit, what's kind of been the legacy of the past 4 decades of all these efforts? Who wants to kick off?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. And it's always good to be here with Seth, my counterpart on this important subcommittee. Tom, it's great to be with you and everyone here at CSIS. Ronald Reagan articulated a vision that some derided at the time as Star Wars, and they scoffed at it. 40 years, though, have made a huge difference. We do have a missile defense in place against rogue countries or accidental launches, things like that. It was never intended to deter a near-peer adversary. That would be destabilizing to attempt to do that. So we don't go there. But for these other threats, which when you look at Iran and North Korea and the kinds of things they say are very real threats, or an accidental launch from a near-peer adversary. So we do have 40 or so, 44 interceptors in California and Alaska that would give us that capability. Now, the testing is sometimes doesn't work, sometimes it does work. We need to keep working on the technology. We're not as far along on that as I would like. We'll hear more from Admiral Hill today about that. But since we have multiple interceptors, multiple shots at the same threat if necessary, I feel like we do have a robust defense today. There are things on the horizon, though, that we need to be really giving attention to, funding research and development and making progress on, such as the hypersonic threat, especially China. Russia talks about it a lot, and they have some maybe more primitive capabilities, but China is the pacing threat when it comes to hypersonics, and I think we'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Yeah. Mr. Moulton.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and it's an honor to be here with Doug. And we're a great person to work with. He's been on the subcommittee longer than I have, and there's an awful lot of important work that we need to do, as Doug has just laid out. Let me start by just making 2 quick points. The first is that missile defense is pretty remarkable. When you think about the physics of what we're trying to do. You have a ballistic missile going up to 15,000 miles per hour, an interceptor that can go up to almost 25,000 miles per hour. So you're trying to hit a bullet going 15,000 miles per hour with another one going 25,000 miles per hour, and it actually works sometimes. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Right? The science, the technology behind this is pretty incredible. The second just broad point I'd like to make to start off is that there is a lot of bipartisan agreement on our strategy here. And what we're trying to do, and that's something that bipartisan consensus is something that Doug and I work really hard to find, because it's important not only in this very divided Washington today for a lot of reasons, but because this is fundamentally about our national security. It's about our strategic stability. It's about, if we get this wrong, the future of the human race, because a nuclear holocaust could result from getting this whole thing wrong. And so the fact that we can agree on a lot is really important. Right. And I think that, Doug kind of touched on this already, but I sort of think of 5 different levels of missile defense. There's the strategic level, let's call that number 5, where you could use missile defense to stop a near-peer adversary. As Doug laid out, we don't do that. That's right. We're not trying to stop Russia or China from, we have mutually assured destruction as our deterrent in that realm. The next level down, of course, is that limited homeland defense, as Doug said, against a rogue nation. Or even, I might, we don't know who's going to, it's Iran, North Korea primarily right now, but there could be other nations down the road. And there's a lot of bipartisan agreement. That's really where we're focused right now on our missile defense. The third level is, you could say this is a nuance, but it's the accidental launch, right? Something that we really don't anticipate, but Russia calls up and says, hey, we got a real big problem. We got a rogue general. They just launched a missile. We really wish you could shoot it down, right? And we're able to do that too. I would say level 2 is theater level missile defense. This is not the sort of anti-ballistic missile stuff, but this is all the things you see going on in Ukraine today. That's It's lower level, tactical level. It's not destabilizing to the strategic situation that we're able to shoot down Russian or Iranian drones or whatever else. And as a veteran of the Middle East, that's really important, and we've made a lot of developments there too. The sort of ground level is just the understanding what's going on, being able to detect hypersonics when they're coming in. It's really just the eyes and ears that are critical for missile defense. But the point is that you have all these different levels, and there's agreement that, bipartisan agreement about where we're focused, but also where we're not. That we don't, I think Reagan's initial vision was that this would stop a Soviet assault, and we've all agreed that that's not realistic, so we're not going to try. So it's a remarkable technology, and there's a lot of bipartisan consensus on how it's being used, but as Doug laid out, we still have a lot of work to do.
That's right. Fantastic. Lots of stuff tabled there. I like the 5 buckets, and hopefully we'll work through some of those just now. Both of you mentioned in your opening comments really sort of the homeland ballistic missile defense for ICBMs, which is in some respects the grandchild of SDI that has been deployed now, as you mentioned. The Biden administration began formally, I think it was about 2 years ago. In fact, it was 2 years ago yesterday that they kind of went forward with the acquisition of the next generation interceptor. And so this is something that there's been, after the RKV kind of cancellation and things like that, there's been a little bit of anxiety about that. Northcom has been making noise about the schedule for that. I wonder how you, from your perspective on Capitol Hill, are thinking about the capability and the schedule of that. It's the biggest program that the Missile Defense Agency is working on right now. How do you think about that program?
My best understanding is that we're on a current timeline to have those with initial operating capability 4 to 5 years from now, 2027 to 2028. North Korea, in the meantime, is not standing still, and we may be facing some risk in the meantime, excuse me, but we do have the 44 current interceptors in Alaska and California. The first tranche of NGIs will be around 20, and we have additional silos we can put those in immediately in addition to the 44 we have now. Then we can start replacing the older 44 with the newer generation NGI, which are much more capable and effective. So that's what I believe is our best timeline at the moment.
Yeah. How do you think about that program?
Look, I completely agree with Doug's point on the timeline. Here's the problem, and it's a math problem, okay? Just using publicly available data, the history of the tests for the interceptors that we have so far have about a 55% success rate. So round numbers, a 50% hit rate. And therefore, sort of the public shot doctrine is that if the North Koreans shoot a missile, we're going to shoot 4 interceptors at it in response. At the latest parade, the North Koreans had 11 missiles. 11 times 4 is 44. That's great. They get one more, we're overwhelmed. That's a real problem. One more ICBM in our system to defend against their attack is overwhelmed. And we don't have the next generation interceptor coming along for another 4 years. So at some point, we've got to think about whether North Korea is at that level 4 or it actually gets into level 5 where we have to have a different theory of deterrence. And that's a real challenge. And I don't know what the answer is to that, but that's a real challenge that I think we have to wrestle with. One more point on this. Again, speaking in round numbers, 50% chance of hitting things. And as I pointed out at the very beginning, you can understand why it might only be 50%, because something going 15,000 miles, 25,000 miles, that's pretty hard, all right? If I'm sitting at the Missile Defense Agency and my daughter is working in LA, and I call her up because there's an attack, and I say, listen, honey, I know that everybody's freaking out. I know that your phone's going crazy. I know that kids are getting run over in the street with people trying to get out of town. Because it is true that in 20 minutes, you could get incinerated in a thermonuclear blast. But the good thing is, you have a solid 3 out of 4 chance that it doesn't happen. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. 3 out of 4 chance that it doesn't happen. We got to really think about whether that's the theory of deterrence that we want to live with.
Now, let me add one point to that,
Yeah.
and you're making some good points here, but I would also like to add this is not a static situation. This is dynamic. If North Korea is lobbying salvo after salvo to the U.S., we're not going to stand there and try to swat them down one by one and just wait until their entire arsenal is depleted. We'll have other options if it comes to that, God forbid, if it ever comes to that in the meantime. And I think the North Koreans know that, and we wouldn't just take it and then wait for what do they have next. We would have other things we would be doing in the meantime as well, conventional or whatever.
Well, right. I mean, I think we would hit back at them. But my point is that's a different theory of deterrence than just saying we're going to shoot them down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should use every kind of deterrence we have and create as much uncertainty in the minds of the adversary as possible.
And it sounds like from the Biden administration's missile defense review that came out last October, that they framed this problem in terms of staying ahead of the threat, but framing it as missile defeat as opposed to simply active missile defense, which I think speaks to some of the attack operations. And I think it also speaks to some of the how do we think about this in the theory of deterrence, if that makes sense.
Yes, that's right. I mean, one of the things Doug's referring to is we're looking at other ways besides literally shooting a missile out of the sky that we can, potentially defend against a threat, right?
True.
But of course, if said things are highly classified and the North Koreans don't know about them, then that's not a very effective deterrent, right? So it's not necessarily a theory of deterrence; it's more of a theory of protection. But the point is that at some point we're going to get to the level where we say, this is whether it's North Korea or Iran or some other rogue nation, they actually have enough missiles to overwhelm us, and we have to have a different theory of deterrence to make sure that we never get attacked. And I think that's one of the important things, important questions, I would say, that I hope you wrestle with today. I know we're just getting started.
I'm sure it's gonna come up a few times. We've got a couple other issues I want to make sure we get at, and I'm not sure which of the 5 buckets this falls in, but I would say the Biden administration's signature missile defense effort, certainly in terms of scope and probably size in this decade, is probably the defense of Guam. And this is, I think it's been called kind of the perfect air missile defense problem, because you got a near peer, a well-armed near peer in their backyard with a lot of not just ballistic, but cruise missiles and other kinds of things. How are you thinking about the defense of Guam? How do you see that progressing? Yeah.
Well, I was in Guam last October, and I went out there because I think it is absolutely imperative that we effectively prevent a war in the Pacific. And you're right, Guam is central to our power projection, central to that deterrence. If China thinks they can just take out Guam, then that doesn't render that piece of our deterrent very effective. So I was curious to see what our guys on the ground in Guam were thinking and doing. And I fundamentally am trying to ask this question that we ask on all CODELs, which is, are the strategies we're being briefed in Washington actually being implemented on the ground? And what I found is that they know in Guam, our officers, our mainly Navy personnel, they know exactly what they need to do, but they're way behind in the timeline. And if you look at what Xi Jinping has laid out for his potential timeline for invading, we need to step up the procurement of missile defense for Guam. We're not talking about necessarily, we don't know exactly how a war would start or where it would go with China, but the expectation is that they wouldn't launch hundreds of, intercontinental ballistic missiles at Guam. That's right. So it really is in that theater level category where we have to defend it, and we have very effective systems like THAAD, for example, which actually has a near perfect intercept record, which is really remarkable. We have a lot of effective systems that can help with this problem. But if they're not deployed yet, if they're not in place by Xi's invasion timeline, then we've got a problem.
And I would just add to that, Seth has said some things I really agree with. I've been to Guam several times myself, and It is an island. It's not going to sink or anything like that. And we need to make the defense of it a priority. I agree with Seth completely. This is, once again, an area of bipartisan agreement. And I agree with the Biden administration when they came out with their missile defense review and talked about the importance of Guam, and I support that 100%.
Wonderful. I look forward to discussions of how it fits into the PDI in the coming weeks as you do hearings. Now, Ukraine was mentioned, and Mr. Moulton, you mentioned kind of the day-to-day, week-to-week air and missile defense activities that are going on in Ukraine. I mean, I think I can remember 5 years ago when people said, "Oh my goodness, Russian cruise missiles are they're too good. We couldn't possibly think about that." And here we have, NASAMS and other things in Ukraine on a weekly basis, apparently engaging these successfully. So I'm just curious about your take on the air and missile conflict that you see going on there, and maybe the lessons learned for the missile defense enterprise about what we see happening there.
Seth, you want to go first?
Sure. I mean, I'll say, first of all, the Ukrainians have been remarkably innovative, creative, and fast. They're fast, right? They don't have time to have a years-long development cycle, lots of contracting disputes, and then finally figure out how to produce these things. They're doing in months what we have scheduled to do in years. And that might be one of the most important lessons that we have to learn. Because when you get back to the Pacific and you look at all our deterrence plans to prove to China that it's a very bad idea, it's not going to go well for you if you start a war over Taiwan or anywhere else, the biggest concern I have is not that we don't have the technology or the willpower or simply the plans and strategies to be able to do that effectively. It's that we're not doing it on the timeline that we need to meet. And so there's a lot of great technological innovations that have come out of Ukraine. There are a lot of great lessons that we can learn on that front. But I think one of the most important lessons that we have to learn is they're doing things as quickly as we need to do in the Pacific, and we've really got to pick up the pace.
Yeah, the Ukrainians are doing a remarkable job. I support them 100%. Huge bipartisan support in Congress for our friend Ukraine. And for right beyond their borders, our NATO allies close by. NASAMS have been huge and effective, as you mentioned. Our Patriots will be very effective once they get in there. They're on the way, so I'm excited about that. But sometimes you have low-tech weapons, like drones. Iranian drones, they're working with Russia. They want to build a factory there to produce multitudes of these things. We saw how an Iranian drone killed an American in Syria just earlier this week, which is sad. So fighting drones is more of a low-tech issue compared to intercontinental ballistic missiles or hypersonics, but it's something we still need to put our R&D dollars and deploy effective defenses there. And of course, Ukraine is a crash course. We're seeing, in some respects, the Russians are a paper tiger, but nevertheless, they're brutal and vicious and ruthless. So we have to do what we can to defend our friends, the Ukrainians, including learning about what's working and not working.
So let me follow up on that, which is to say you've both talked about kind of the importance and the utility, and I would say the feasibility of active air and missile defenses in Ukraine. And you've also talked about it in terms of the importance and the feasibility and the necessity, really, of active air and missile defenses for Guam. And yet both of these are about air and missile defenses in relation to a near peer, not a rogue state. And so much, I would say, of the missile defense conversation in the past has been about, well, we're just focused on the rogue states. We can't think about the near peers because, and you said it, Mr. Lamborn, in your opening, the big threat, we can't try to defend against that because it's destabilizing. Mm-hmm. How do we think about stability and the relation of active air and missile defense to strategic stability when it sure looks like Russia and China are willing to overturn all kinds of tables and do all kinds of things that are destabilizing to the international order? How do you think about that post-Ukraine, post-Crimea, post the shenanigans in the South China Sea? Are we thinking about that differently in terms of the reality of the past several years?
I'm really concerned about China because their agreements that they're forming now with Russia, with Putin, you saw the picture of them having a toast together just a couple days ago. That's very troubling. China is engaging in a nuclear breakout. There's no other word for it. They're building hundreds of nuclear ballistic missiles and warheads. They've overtaken us as a country. This has come out in open sources in terms of the number of missile launchers that they have available to them. And when New START was negotiated with the Russians, the Chinese weren't even a factor in those discussions. And yet now they're trying to overtake the U.S. And who knows what some kind of agreement with Russia could produce, God forbid, in a nuclear scenario. So we need to be, I'm calling on the Biden administration to look to include China or in some way incentivize them to come to the negotiating table. They have not yet done so. And I want to call on the administration to do even more to make them, to force them, to give them incentives to come to the negotiating table. Because what they're doing is very destabilizing, particularly if you think about some kind of collusion or co-partnership that they have with Russia.
So once again, I agree with everything that Doug just said. I mean, we're in a totally new world now where we don't just have one near peer adversary, where it's very easy to balance. If they shoot all these missiles, we're going to shoot all those missiles, and so neither of us is going to do it, right? Now we've got three, and how do you have treaties amongst three and everything? These are all very, very challenging questions. And we need to get theories and answers and have these debates. But I think your question is really about whether the tactical level, operational level missile defense, shooting, Ukrainians shooting Russian or Iranian drones out of the sky using our technology is actually contributing to strategic instability, right? And I think it's not at all. In fact, what this conflict has proven is that if you use missile defense at that level 2 level that I laid out, I'm sure you all took notes on the 5 levels, so we're all on the same page here. But if it's at that level 2 level, it does not affect strategic instability. Because look, it's pretty remarkable that Ukraine is crucifying the Russian military using our support, and yet there have not been any fundamental changes to our strategic stability. The U.S. is not in a direct war with Russia. Despite all of Putin's threats of the use of nuclear weapons, he has not used nuclear weapons because he understands our strategic deterrent against them. So actually, no, I think that it's a great question, but the kind of premise of your question is kind of exactly wrong. That actually we've proven that strategic stability at this level, at the number 5 level, really works.
Very good. So closely connected to that, also about the near peers, not the rogues, at least not yet anyway, and that is this thorny and really hard problem of hypersonic defense. Now, hypersonic missiles are just missiles, but they, are able to sustain and control flight in a really complex thermal and aerodynamic environment, and it's very unpredictable relative to those predictable ballistic trajectories. So is hypersonic defense possible? Can we afford not to do hypersonic defense of Guam and just do the other stuff, for instance? How do you think about that emerging capability?
That is an emerging threat, especially with China. Russia talks about it, and they have some capability. China is the one we have to watch. China wants to build multitudes of these things, hundreds or thousands, multitudes of hypersonics, and they have some right now in their arsenal. We do not have a viable offensive capability with hypersonics. We're doing some testing. We're learning a lot from our testing. We're starting to build the beginnings of an industrial base. I was really glad when President Biden made a declaration with the Defense Production Act on March 3rd, saying we're going to have an industrial system and base that allows for the production of hypersonics in an efficient and effective way. But we're not nearly where the Chinese are, or the Russians for that matter. And that's offensive capability. When it comes to defense against hypersonics, and to make sure we're all on the same page, that's Mach 5 or higher, 3,000 miles an hour or faster, and maneuverable. No one has a defense against that. No one has a defense against that. We're starting to put some dollars toward research and development. I know I'm working on that. I know Seth will agree and help on that as well, that in the next NDAA, and we've started in the past a little bit, but we have to beef up our R&D on that, and the Missile Defense Agency will be the perfect agency to do that.
So here's the challenge with hypersonics. You have two fundamental different types of hypersonics. And it's really about how they're used, not about this technology specifically. But one type of hypersonic missile is like the next generation Tomahawk, right? So you're going to use these against Guam. They're conventional munitions, but we're not going to be able to shoot them down very well. So the Chinese have a better way to attack Guam effectively. The second type of hypersonics is their strategic, essentially nuclear hypersonic, right? We are not developing nuclear-tipped hypersonics. The Russians are, right? So they view the hypersonics as complementary to their ICBM fleet to, hold us at risk and contribute to strategic deterrence. Now, what Doug was talking about is we're looking at how you defend against the first type, because we want to be able to defend Guam, and that's really important. But we have made a policy decision across multiple Democratic and Republican administrations that the way to defend against nuclear hypersonic missiles is deterrence. That we're going to make it very clear to the Russians that if you shoot a hypersonic missile at Los Angeles with a nuclear warhead, you're going to get a full response from our triad, right? Now, the problem is that you can't do either of those things if you don't have the third component, which is just being able to see these things when they're coming. And that's another place where we know we have a lot of work to do. Because if we can't even detect that they're coming, then we're not going to be able to shoot them down for the first group attacking Guam. We're also not going to be able to launch a response from our triad because we didn't even know it was going to hit us. So that's not very effective deterrence. So the point is that we've really got to get, again, our theory of deterrence right here. And we've made a decision, we want missile defense to protect Guam from those hypersonics that are coming in that's like the next generation Tomahawk. But we have a different theory to deal with the other ones, and both of them require us to be able to see these things, which we can't do right now.
And I think you referred to building out the HBTSS space sensor layer. That will be important for detecting hypersonic threats if and when they materialize, and for giving tracking information to whatever defensive capability we might have, whatever, like the glide interceptor phase vehicle that we would have to get the right signal so they know where to go to intercept. But when it comes to hypersonics, and I think Seth is really coming along with me on this, but we have a real need as a country to develop this offensive capability. There are some problem sets that are only solvable with hypersonics. You think of deep inland, mainland China, for instance. There's no other way with certain problems to address them without hypersonics. And some people say, well, we don't want to get in an arms race because that's destabilizing. Okay, I would say a one-sided arms race is even more destabilizing. If they have a viable and deadly capability that we're not addressing ourselves, that's extremely destabilizing. It gives them the temptation to start using that. And we have to at least show them we have a capability that they have to be very cautious about.
Let me dig in on this a little bit. Sure. And what I heard from both of you, both in your opening remarks and what you were just saying there in terms of a nuclear payload on a hypersonic glider or something, as opposed to a non-nuclear attack that happens to use scramjets or gliders, for instance. And you're pointing to, hey, the first thing, that's a really bad day, and it makes sense to use the nuclear deterrent first and foremost for that. But it's that second thing that I heard both of you talk about, the non-nuclear strategic attack, whether it's coming in from a ballistic, or whether it's coming from a cruise missile, or whether it's coming from some highly maneuverable hypersonic thing. That's critical, especially for the Guams of the world, that we absolutely have to defend. And so my question to both of you then, we'll get to the HBTSS thing in a minute here, is that's pretty important. And that threat, as you said, is already here. So how are you thinking about, from your perch on the subcommittee, making sure that, for instance, the glide phase interceptor and these kind of things, is this going to be something that you want to see in this decisive decade? Or is a defensive capability, is this something we can put off until the 2030s? How do you think about the relative urgency of that, given the threat that we see from China today?
Well, here's the fundamental problem that we have, is that we have these two different categories of hypersonics, and we agree we need to get radar to see them coming. But we can get the most sophisticated radar in the world, and we're not going to be able to tell which one it is. And that is why hypersonics are so fundamentally destabilizing. Because there is no dispute that if we see a Russian missile launch from an ICBM facility, that it's got nuclear, we know, we've done the inspections, we know exactly what it's got on it, right? If they see ICBMs coming out of Wyoming or Omaha or whatever, they know what's going to happen. That's why ICBMs, the whole triad, in fact, has really contributed to strategic stability. Hypersonics are fundamentally destabilizing, and our senior military have agreed on this because you can't tell what's coming. We've made a policy decision to say we're not even going to try to develop strategic nuclear hypersonics. But of course, if Russia doesn't believe that, then that's not very effective for stability, and it's not clear that they do. They, on the other hand, have made a very conscious and public policy decision to have nuclear-tipped hypersonics. And so what is our theory if we see one of those coming? What is our response going to be? If we're serious about our nuclear triad deterrent, then we should launch a response. But what happens if it just has a 500-pound warhead on it when it hits? That's a real fundamental problem. And we have to wrestle with this, because this kind of strategic instability, it's not about simply avoiding an arms race. It's literally about avoiding a nuclear holocaust. That's why this is so, so dangerous. And the uncomfortable part of this for this discussion is that hypersonics are a direct legacy of missile defense, because we all started developing hypersonics back in the 80s, but then we all stopped. And Russia and China are ahead of us, as Doug said, because they started as soon as we pulled out of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, established missile defense, and said, okay, if the U.S. is going to develop a system to shoot down our ICBMs, which despite our attestations is what Russia believed, then they have to find a way to get around it. And that is fundamentally why we have such a strategically destabilizing missile or weapon system today, because we pulled out of ABM.
But one way we lend stability to the situation is we have a no first use policy. So the U.S. will not be in a conflict where we're launching things in a first use scenario.
Well,
so at least we take that off the table.
Well, but that's not really true, though, because we're not going to launch a first use against Russia or China. But we have
even
not,
hypersonics,
right,
deep
right,
inland hypersonics,
right,
that they might confuse for a possible nuclear strike.
Right, but the United States has not actually signed up to a blanket no first use policy, because that's actually really essential to our defense of NATO. Right? We have said to Russia, you can have a conventional assault on Eastern Europe and you might need a nuclear response, and that's essential to the NATO deterrent that's helped keep the peace in Europe for decades.
But staying with, I think, your analogy of these things is essentially, if they're non-nuclear, they're a better cruise missile. You said a better Tomahawk, as it were, in terms of kind of the function that they're performing. You also talked about with the Ukraine that, I think both of you kind of alluded to this, the act of defense against cruise missiles and these kinds of non-nuclear attack it's not only not destabilizing, it's actually stabilizing. And so isn't the takeaway from this that, hey, however they got here as a reaction to anti-ballistic missile defenses, whatever, they're here. Mm-hmm. And so wouldn't prioritizing hypersonic defense for this new generation of missilery, isn't that a necessary next step? But that's kind of what we're doing, right?
Let me just clarify what I said, because I didn't say that shooting Russian drones out of the sky is itself stabilizing. I'm just saying that the higher level of strategic stability that we have because of mutual assured destruction, doing missile defense at the tactical level hasn't affected that. right? So it's not that stability comes from doing missile defense at the tactical level, it's that doing missile defense at the tactical level does not affect strategic stability. That's the lesson that we've learned from Ukraine. But look, what you've just said sounds good, right? Like I feel more comfortable myself knowing that we have a technology to shoot hypersonic missiles out of the sky. I feel more comfortable today. I feel much more worried about the world that I'm going to hand over to my 2-year-old and 4-year-old daughter if we continue on this arms race, where every time we develop a new missile defense, our adversaries develop a new way to get around it. And that's the problem. Look, that is what the world realized, even bitter adversaries, in the early 1970s when we signed the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. We just realized that although it would make us feel more comfortable in the short term to be able to defeat their current technology, it's only going to lead to an arms race. And ultimately, like that scenario in LA where you call your daughter and say, hey, you're pretty good because you got a 3 out of 4 chance of not getting incinerated by a nuclear weapon. That's not a reality that we want to live with. And so that's the challenge. I think that's the biggest thing that I hope at this day-long conference you really wrestle with, which is that we all like the short-term plan for missile defense, but what does it mean long-term in terms of strategic stability?
And I would just say that it's not an option to do nothing and cede the field to an adversary and hope that they follow our example, or hope that they learn from us, or hope that they have the best of intentions. We have to match capabilities without a mindless arms race, but we have to match capabilities to the extent that they know we're serious, they know that they're in trouble if they go against us, and they're not going to get a free pass with some technology that they're exploiting and we're not.
And yet, Democratic and Republican administrations, and you can compare the language in our missile defense reviews and the strategy and everything else, it's almost word for word. Democrat and Republican administrations have agreed we are not going to match them. We are not going to match them with strategic nuclear hypersonics. So we've actually all agreed that we're not going to do it, and yet that's the argument for developing some more of these weapons. So there's a real fundamental logical disconnect that we've got to figure out. And it's obvious to me that this administration nor the previous one have figured this out. And we've asked some really tough questions in our hearings, classified and unclassified. They don't have good answers to this massive logical disconnect that could literally endanger the future of humanity. So we have to, hopefully you guys will come up with a solution today, but we really have to figure that out, because I do think it's very dangerous. And Doug, I totally agree with you, we shouldn't do nothing. Mm-hmm. But doing something might be wising up and getting back to some sort of treaty that limits this arms race, rather than just simply saying, we're going to take the next step, and by the way, how long is it going to take for them to take the next step after that?
Well, and I'll just say to the Biden administration, find a way to bring China to the negotiating table. We haven't figured that out yet.
Essential.
Yeah.
Essential.
Exactly.
And we it's very hard.
Yeah. And I think having some capabilities, even if they're in the nascent stage, is more likely to bring them to the negotiating table than not developing capabilities that are out there that they're working on. And I'm thinking of hypersonics in particular.
That might be true, but it's interesting if I can might cite I think Matt Pottinger from the Trump administration, who said that he does not think that China's going to come to the negotiating table until they believe they've reached parity with us. That they're going to have to get 1,500, ICBMs or whatever it is in their mind to be at parity with us for them to have a negotiation, which actually argues against getting ahead of them. It actually argues for saying, that's crazy. We hope that you're just going to waste a lot of money because you're going to get to that level and then we're going to negotiate down. But if that's what you need to do, then let's get there as quickly as we can so we can actually have the strategic discussion.
So let me move to something that Mr. Lamborn, you raised at HBTSS. Regardless of whether we're leaning more on the active defense side against various hypersonic threats, or whether we're leaning more on the deterrent side or something else, it's helpful, and it's always been helpful, including through all of those years in the Cold War, to have good early warning and good understanding of, hey, what's coming at you, so you understand, so you can inform your deterrence calculus. And so on this track, the the Space Force, former SDA, is pursuing all number of different space sensors and different constellations. But there's only one, and that's HBTSS, that is devoted to fire control quality track for these threats. Only one. And during the Trump administration, they kept trying to put it into SDA as opposed to MDA, Missile Defense Agency. And repeatedly, Congress said, no, we're not going to let you do that. We want to keep that with a missile defense-centric organization. Again, it's the only sensor that's focused on this. So why do you think, and Mr. Lamborn, you were focused on this for a while, why do you think that is? Why was Congress so insistent on that? And how do you think about the importance of HBTSS and the future role of, for instance, MDA in the space mission?
Tom, everything you said about TBSS is absolutely critical and true, and is vital for our future because of the sensing that it does and for the tracking and possible fire control that it gives us if necessary. Hopefully that's not necessary, but if it is, it'll be there. MDA is a lot further along in terms of an organization than SDA, so in my mind that alone makes it worthwhile for it to be the go-to people for HCBSS.
Okay. Look, I'm honestly going to defer to Doug on this. He's done a lot more work on this, and he's been in the weeds. But I mean, what you said makes sense to me.
So let's go to maybe some other advanced capabilities I think you were alluding to, directed energy, lasers, and that sort of thing. There again, kind of taken out of the Missile Defense Agency's writ by the Trump administration a couple years ago. Now, it was, I think, John Plum who was sitting here in October or November, and he said, look, there's no future of missile defense that doesn't involve kinetic kill, right? So we're always going to have kinetic interceptors. And yet, there's a whole lot of promise for the non-kinetic side of the house. And so how do you think about, from your subcommittee, asking where the non-kinetic solutions are for this space, do you think, in the coming year?
Well, I'm so passionate about directed energy that I started with former Democrat colleague Jim Langevin, who's retired now, the Directed Energy Caucus, because it's got such potential as a cutting-edge technology to help us in our future security as a country. I think having more options on the table, like kinetic kill plus directed energy, or other things, cyber left of launch things would be a great thing to have in the pocket as well. So as many defenses as possible, but directed energy in particular, we're making real progress with them becoming more powerful. The more powerful a laser is, the less time it needs to dwell on an incoming object. And whether it's a small thing like a drone or a Katyusha missile in Israel, they're working on Iron Beam now, or a Qassam rocket in Israel, apart from intercontinental ballistic missiles, which is a whole different ballgame. But the smaller theater type missiles are going to be a viable target where lasers can actually shoot them down. And the more powerful the laser, the quicker they do the job, and that makes them more effective. And we're seeing some demonstrated capability, and it's real exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this is just the history of the world, right? It's very easy to say, I can't imagine a future without X technology, and then, it becomes supersedes, all sort of things. So I like John Plum a lot. I think he's a little bit out over his skis to say we're never going to get away from kinetic interceptors. We just don't know what the future is, and that's why investigating this, understanding it, really coming to a deep understanding of what its capabilities are is really essential. And then we can better adjudicate what kind of money we want to invest in it.
Good. Well, I know got to get you all back for votes, so I wanted to just kind of give you one last opportunity to maybe talk about any other big priorities that you have for the coming year, anything you'd like the community to think about in this space. Mr. Moulton, you want to kick off?
Look, I've already given you my priority. You need to come up with what the theory is for deterrence with these new weapon systems. And missile defense has to be part of that calculation. You have to understand not just the good things that come out of it because it's a remarkable technology and it makes us feel safer in the short term, but the negative consequences to the arms races that it can engender in the long run. And this is really about not just what we need to do to meet today's threats and to deter the threats in the next few years, but the legacy of all the decisions we're making today for the future of our world and the long-term national security of the United States.
And I would say, Tom, that as a subcommittee, I'm going to be really focused on, and I know everyone's going to agree on these priorities, three things, two of which you already touched on. The Chinese nuclear threat, they're conducting a breakout right now, which is very troubling. The need to have offensive hypersonic capabilities, and someday defensive. Let's start working on that as well, because we're behind the Chinese. There's no other way around it. But thirdly, modernization of our nuclear triad. Now, missile defense is a huge deterrent, but making sure we have a credible nuclear response, God forbid it's ever necessary, but having it there in a credible form is essential, and that's a sea-based, air-based, and land-based. And in all three cases, we're kind of going right up to the edge of starting to push our luck a little bit if we're not going to keep up with a rapid enough pace of modernization. We have older systems that are becoming not obsolete, but they're starting to get close to the point where their credibility could be called into question. So the Sentinel program for ground-based nuclear missiles, ICBMs, or the Columbia-class submarine, or the B-21 Raider stealth bomber. Those are all things we're working on, and they're coming along, and they've got great promise, but they're not coming along ever, and this is maybe bureaucracy in the Pentagon, but as fast as we would like. And so we got to keep pushing each one of those programs, making sure they're funded properly, but making sure that there's no glitches that are holding up future projections. And that's something, it's a constant struggle and challenge, and I know we're going to be working on that a lot.
Only easy problems on your subcommittee.
Right.
Well, look, really appreciate you both taking the time. You've been very generous. I know on a very busy day. I'm sure we'd love to welcome you both back here in the near future. Thanks everybody for being here. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to reset the stage. Then we're going to have some opening remarks by Roger Zackheim, the director of the Ronald Reagan Institute, who are our co-host for today. And then we'll have a whole other panel hosted and moderated by Anthony Eames, also of the Reagan Institute. So in the meantime, please join me in thanking Mr. Lamborn and Mr. Moulton. Thank you all.
Seth.
I'm the director of the Ronald Reagan Institute. Now, the Reagan Institute is the Washington, D.C. office of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. And here in D.C., we promote President Reagan's ideals, vision, and leadership example through substantive, issue-driven forums like the one we have today. And we're grateful and honored to co-host this event and partner with the Center for Strategic and International Studies, where we're going to have an opportunity now to reflect on the 40th anniversary of the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, where President Reagan said, quote, "Let me share with you a vision of the future which offers hope." This, of course, was in the speech telling the country and the world about SDI. He went on to say, quote, "It is that we embark on a program to counter the awesome Soviet missile threat with measures that are defensive. Let us turn to the very strengths and technology that spawned our great industrial base and that have given us the quality of life we enjoy today." End quote. Reagan's words in 1983 inspired, here at the Reagan Institute, our National Security Innovation Base report card that we released last week. It is with that vision that we sought to develop a report card that measures the health, effectiveness, and resilience of our national security innovation base and provides in that report card recommendations to improve technologies and industrial base that created programs like SDI, among countless others, unleashing that entrepreneurial spirit. And I recall shortly after I began working at the Reagan Institute a conversation I had with Bud McFarlane, Reagan's Deputy National Security Advisor at the time when he gave the speech and ultimately, of course, became Reagan's National Security Advisor. And Bud explained to me that Reagan didn't view SDI as just another defense program. He said he saw SDI as an opportunity to unleash the American entrepreneurial spirit. That was America's comparative advantage over the Soviet Union. And SDI ultimately proved pivotal in ending the Cold War, saddling the Soviet Union with further defense expenditures it could ill afford. Now, to discuss all this and other themes of that speech from 1983 and the program that followed, I'd like to introduce today's panelists. First, Dr. Ken Edelman, a member of the board of RIWI Corp. He served as the director of U.S. Arms Control and Disarmament Agency during the Reagan administration, and is the author of Reagan at Reykjavik, 48 Hours That Ended the Cold War, and a great friend of the Reagan Institute. Dr. Aaron Bateman is an assistant professor of history and international affairs at George Washington University. He's a faculty member in the Space Policy Institute within the Elliott School of International Affairs. And his first book places SDI in the context of America's militarized approach to space beginning in the 1970s. Also with us is Dr. Pepe DiBiaso, a senior associate with the Missile Defense Project here at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He previously served as director of the Office of Missile Defense Policy in the DoD from 2000 to 2021. And I believe joining us virtually is Dr. Kyron Skinner, former director of policy planning at the State Department, 2018-2019. There's Kyron. She is the Talby Professor of International Relations and Politics at the Pepperdine School of Public Policy, and also the co-author of Reagan in His Own Hand and Reagan, A Life in Letters, a remarkable piece of scholarship that really gives insight into thinking of Reagan and shows his own hand in so many of his policy initiatives, including what we'll discuss today. Last, this panel is moderated by the Reagan Institute's own Dr. Anthony Eames. He's our Director of Scholarly Initiatives. Please join me in welcoming our panel.
Well, thank you all for being here today, and thank you to CSIS for co-hosting and, well, indeed hosting this event in their space. I think the best way to go about getting some of the perspectives out in the open here with this wealth of institutional historical knowledge on stage and joining us virtually is to go around and give you a chance to open with some remarks, a few minutes each. So, Ken, if you would, kick us off.
Great. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Roger, and CSIS. Let me tell you about the two most exciting moments I had in government. I was in government for probably 12 years altogether. The first happened around a dining room table in Geneva in mid-November 1985. Ronald Reagan had met with Mikhail Gorbachev earlier that morning for the first time. It was the first summit in 7 years. It was the first summit for Ronald Reagan. It was the first summit for Mikhail Gorbachev. And Reagan started out, and we were standing in the Aga Khan's chateau waiting that morning. And we had planned this summit for a good 6 months in advance. It was going to be in a neutral country, Switzerland, in a neutral city, Geneva, in a neutral place, not even the Soviet or American consulate, but Aga Khan's chateau. So we were talking to Reagan. He was talking, as I remember, about Queen Elizabeth and her horses or something like that. And the Secret Service came up to him and said that Mikhail Gorbachev's big black ZIL limo was coming around the corner. Reagan bounced out without a coat. Out of the big limousine came Mikhail Gorbachev with a hat, wool jacket. He looked like he was in the Arctic, and came out. Ronald Reagan, who was a generation older than Mikhail Gorbachev, greeted him. They said unintelligible things to each other because neither of them spoke a word of the other's language. And then Reagan kind of pointed to the chateau like he was welcoming in a guest at his quarters. And Gorbachev looked at him like, oh, that's where we're supposed to go. Thank you. So nice to have me. And the most unbelievable part is going up the stone steps. Ronald Reagan, who then is in his mid-70s, kind of puts his arm around, under Mikhail Gorbachev, who was then 54, kind of help him up the stairs in case he needed it. The head of the press office of the Soviets later told me that we knew we lost the summit in the first 5 minutes. Those visuals were 4 hours before this first exciting moment in my government life, where we were around the dining room table. I was honored to be invited to the lunch after the morning that Reagan had virtually been alone with translators with Mikhail Gorbachev. Ronald Reagan came in from that meeting. He went to the men's room in the chateau for, I thought was an awfully long period of time. He comes out of the men's room. We're sitting at the table, but we were stood when Ronald Reagan was there. He comes out of the men's room, and he kind of smiles at us all, and we notice that his right sleeve was hanging down. His left sleeve was still, his arm was in the sleeve, and he looks at all of us and he says, wow, it was here, my arm was here before I met with Gorbachev. Where is it now? And then burst out laughing and had the greatest time in the world and sat down. And the great moment came when, after we sat down, someone, I think it was me, but it could have been someone else, said, well, Mr. President, what do you think of Gorbachev? And Ronald Reagan looked at us and he said, well, he's a new type of Soviet leader. And I thought to myself, A, I didn't exactly agree with that at the time, but B, Reagan's never met any type of Soviet leader. So how does he know there's a new type of Soviet leader? It turned out that all of us around the room who were far more knowledgeable than Ronald Reagan, far more steeped in this whole subject, were absolutely wrong, and he was absolutely right. It was a blessing. First of all, it was a blessing that Ronald Reagan was president right then. That was the real blessing. And secondly, there was a blessing that Mikhail Gorbachev came in after the geriatric succession before that. The second, by the time we had this lunch, Ronald Reagan had established pretty much the unique part of his foreign policy. And those were 5 elements that were really, I think, very unique to Reagan. One is a massive military buildup, far beyond anything that had been envisioned before. Number two was real reductions in nuclear weapons. Not limitations, but reductions. Before that, it was SALT, which was the Strategic Arms Limitations Treaty. So if the Soviets, for example, had 200 ICBM, 200 SS-18s or SS-19s, and they were talking about going to 400, if we constrain them to 300, that was a limitation. And Ronald Reagan says, no, if they have 200, let's have them bring that down to 100. So SALT was then redefined by Reagan, one of his first steps, which was the START, Strategic Arms Reduction talks. So the second thing was real reductions in nuclear weapon. The third was and I think it was awfully important, the Reagan Doctrine, to try to roll back communist countries, not John Foster Dulles-like in Central Europe, but in the periphery, in Afghanistan and Angola and Central America. And to turn history on its head, because since Mao, the wars of national liberation had been communists fighting pro-Western governments. This was pro-Western insurgents fighting communist governments, the Reagan Doctrine. Fourth, and I think was awfully important, was delegitimization of the Soviet rulership. And this started the very first presidential press conference Ronald Reagan gave in the White House. When he was asked about détente, he said, the Soviets will cheat, lie, and steal, do everything to advance worldwide communism. And, you know, that was startling. That was absolutely infuriating around Washington, D.C. That was okay for a candidate to say among the, you know, if you're out on a campaign trail, but for a president of the United States, it was unheard of to say that. In 1983, Reagan gave a speech to the parliament in Britain where he said, communism is going to be on the ash heap of history. And then later in 83, of course, the evil empire speech, the focus of evil in the modern world. I was testifying the next day before the House Armed Services Committee. Les Aspin was chairman. He asked me about this, said it was very upsetting. And I said, well, it's called evil, the president called Soviet Union evil empire. Would you think a benign commonwealth would be more characteristic? Would that fit what your vision? And Les Aspin said, no, I'm not saying that. I said, all right, well, it's nice to call things what they are, to tell you the truth. So fourth was a delegitimization. And during the 2 days in Reykjavik in 1986, Gorbachev kept bringing up the delegitimization campaign of Reagan, and he didn't like it one bit. It really got under their skin. The last thing is SDI, of course. And Kyron Skinner can tell you the origin because Marty Anderson was with Reagan when Reagan conceived of this idea. But SDI was a bombshell on U.S.-Soviet relations. I didn't realize how much it was until the Reykjavik summit in October 11th and 12th, 1986. And that was the second most exciting moment of my life in government, and that was the morning of October 11th, 1986, when Reagan and Gorbachev and Schultz and Shevardnadze had met in a very little conference room in the middle of nowhere, Reykjavik, that was very ill-equipped to handle the conference because there were 3,217 accredited journalists there in a capital that was 250,000 in the country that was 400,000, and they didn't have the facilities for this massive inflection into the country. Anyway, after that morning where they met in that little room, we were told to go to the bubble. Now, a bubble is a room within a room, absolutely secure. They have bubbles around in U.S. embassies around the world. We had one in Geneva that 25 of us could sit around and be absolutely secure. In Reykjavik, because nothing classified ever happened and nothing really ever happened, there was the smallest bubble ever made. 4 folding chairs on one side, 4 folding chairs on the other, a big latch folding it up. So we were shoulder to shoulder and knee to knee in this little place. And all of a sudden, the latch opens, the air shoots out, and a big Secret Service guy says, "The President of the United States." And in walks, standing at the entrance, is Ronald Reagan. And we're all standing up in the bubble, and I think to myself, okay, now there's 9 of us in this 8-seater. I don't know what's going to happen, but Reagan's coming in. He's here to stay. The Chief of Staff of the White House is here to stay. The Secretary of State is going to be here to stay. And while I was not exactly chopped liver, I was not at the head of that food chain either. And so I thought, if I am to stay, and I am to stay, I'm going to hit the ground. I said, "Right here, Mr. President." He took my seat, and it was latched up. And for the next half hour or so, I kind of leaned gently against the presidential knees. And there, in that bubble, in that magical time, it was clear that Gorbachev had talked to Reagan about real reductions. And why had he done that? Because of SDI. SDI scared the daylights out of him. American technology. American was questioning the whole strategic balance, the whole strategic theories that had been at that time, and the whole summit turned, and Reykjavik turned on Gorbachev trying to get Reagan to kill SDI by confining it to the laboratories. The summit broke up. It was thought to be a terrible failure. I thought it was a great success, and I said so on national TV with Peter Jennings that very afternoon, and I thought that the Soviets would come back to the talks on the basis of those real reductions, which they did months later. The last point I would make on SDI is, besides the wonderful defense that we heard about in that very good panel the first time this morning, and we're going to hear about more from the Admiral and members of the defense industries, what SDI did beyond that, I think, was help end the Cold War. And how is that? Because when Gorbachev made the offer to Ronald Reagan at Reykjavik, he thought, here's an offer that he cannot refuse. He did not know that Reagan could refuse the offer. And the offer was basically, you give up SDI, which is not even in the planning stages at that point. It's kind of a desire plan, but not a program in any real sense. And we'll give you deep reductions of nuclear weapons, strategic, by half, and Euro missiles, INF, certainly by scrapping all of them in Europe. And Gorbachev thought Ronald Reagan was going to do it. And Ronald Reagan just said no. And what this meant was, after the Reykjavik summit, Gorbachev, who already had these reforms underway, vastly accelerated the reforms. And when he vastly accelerated the reforms, at the end of 1986 and the beginning of 87, everything fell apart in the Soviet Union. He could not hold it together. And Marshal Akramayov, who was the chief of staff of the whole Soviet armed forces, the most decorated man in Soviet history, a 5-star marshal, later said, and he had negotiated the all-night session with us at the Hofty House from 8 o'clock at night till 6:20 the next morning on that Saturday night. Akramayov later said, you guys didn't destroy the Soviet Union. We did with that accelerated reforms. So I think SDI, besides the wonderful program, defense program that's very needed today that we'll hear about from these experts, I think it really helped break up the Soviet Union. So those are my 2 magical moments. There were lots many, but I was so honored and really So it was such a gift to be with Ronald Reagan during the 7 years to deal with these issues. And thank you, Anthony, for the occasion for walking down memory lane, strolling down memory lane, and thinking about all these great moments.
Well, it's certainly a great history to hear, a lived experience.
You want to hear some more?
Well, let's move through the other panelists. That's a tough act to follow, Ken. Aaron, I'm going to put you on the spot to try to follow it. Aaron, Pepe, and then we'll hear from Chiron, and we'll get into some Q&A after that.
Great.
Thanks, Anthony. So I'm going to briefly talk about SDI's impact on the Transatlantic Alliance. I think we sometimes forget that SDI was not just a contentious issue between the superpowers, but it also had an enormous effect on the cohesion of the Western Alliance as a whole in this period. And then I'm going to compare and contrast a little bit how there's some similarities in the view of allies towards American missile defense today, but also some significant differences. So immediately after Reagan made his speech in March 1983, what would become SDI became a source of intense controversy among US allies in Europe, in large part because they weren't consulted ahead of time. It was a real shock, especially to the British. And we have to remember that Britain and France, as the two Western European nuclear states, were really concerned about any missile defense buildup for the credibility of their relatively small nuclear forces. So in one sense, there was a fairly tepid response from the British. From the French, there was a vocal opposition to the idea of any buildup in strategic defenses. The other key concern was the ABM Treaty. So the Western European allies were really concerned that any buildup in American missile defense would erode the ABM Treaty, lead to a massive buildup in Soviet missile defenses, and again undermine the credibility, especially of the British and French deterrence. Another aspect of the European view on SDI was that it would be a catalyst for widening the technology gap between the United States and Europe, not just in advanced military technologies, but across the board. So we have to remember SDI involved research into optics, advanced software, advanced computing, lasers. All of these had significant commercial and economic applications as well. So there was really significant concern that Western Europe would be left behind in these high technology arenas. So Reagan is getting concerned, especially as the arms control negotiations are going to be reignited in 1985, that there isn't alliance solidarity behind SDI. So what the administration decides to do is to reach out to the allies, key allies not only in Europe, but also Asia Pacific, as well as Israel, and offer the opportunity to become involved in SDI research and development. The idea being that if we give our allies the prospect of getting access to advanced American technologies, that will reduce their hostility towards the program. So in the second half of the 1980s, Britain, West Germany, Israel, Italy, Japan all become involved in SDI R&D, and companies from a bunch of other countries in Europe would also become involved. So to the chagrin of the Reagan administration, this does not really alleviate the hostility of the allies towards SDI. And there's a really important distinction that emerges. Allies are supportive of research into strategic defense technologies. They see this as an important hedge against a Soviet breakout in missile defense, but they're really concerned about any deployment of strategic defenses, especially space-based interceptors, because of the implications for the ABM Treaty. There's one notable exception, and that's Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. So by the end of the 1980s, she comes to believe that you can harmonize strategic defense and nuclear deterrence, and she's the lone European supporter of deploying brilliant pebbles, which is one of the concepts that emerges out of SDI. When George H.W. Bush becomes president, and Margaret Thatcher is no longer prime minister, John Major has succeeded her, the European allies get together and they make it very clear to President Bush that they are vehemently opposed to any deployment of strategic defenses. One French diplomat hyperbolically warned that deployment of brilliant pebbles would call into question the very existence of the Transatlantic Alliance. And this anxiety about deployment of strategic defenses really remains in place until President Bill Clinton cuts space-based interceptors from the missile defense research agenda. When we fast forward to the 21st century, what we find is significant continuity when it comes to European views on national missile defense, that it's seen as really destabilizing. When the US decided to pull out of the ABM Treaty under George W. Bush, there's really significant concern about that as well. But a new caveat that emerges, or a new perspective that emerges, is an embrace of theater missile defense. So the Europeans really embraced this idea that theater missile defense does have significant benefits. In Asia Pacific, we also see embrace of theater missile defense, not only to guard against emerging ballistic missile threats, but also that the infrastructure of these missile defense systems is seen as a symbol of American security commitments in both Europe and the Asia Pacific regions. So on the one hand, we still see this really underlying anxiety with strategic defense, the national missile defense architecture, but increasingly greater support for theater missile defense assets.
It's a good note to jump over to Pepe. Pepe, you've got a lot of experience in the Missile Defense Agency. Maybe you can give us a little rundown of some of the internal dynamics.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that, Anthony. So my writ today is to sort of go through about 30 years of ebb and flow in American missile defense policy in about 5 or 6 minutes. I've spent most of my career involved in the various missile defense reviews, really going back to sort of Bush 41. But a couple of quick observations I'd like to run through. At least from my perspective, perhaps the two most important things coming out of President Reagan's SDI speech was, one, he reopened the debate about whether the United States should defend itself against ballistic missiles or choose to remain vulnerable, right? Not just the homeland, but American military forces deployed abroad, right? And so that was a significant kind of intellectual transformation, even though it would be many, many decades before the United States would withdraw from the treaty and deploy missile defenses. President Reagan's speech sort of reopened this debate that had really been shut down pretty tight by the ABM Treaty. The second significant aspect from my perspective of the President's SDI speech was he really transformed the way the United States thought about missile defense capabilities, technologies, and systems. Heretofore, missile defense options were confined to a single kind of technology, right? Nuclear warheads on interceptors, right? That was part of the U.S. safeguard system, which we deployed for a short period of time and then disbanded in '75, and it's the basis of the Russian system, even today, right? 68 nuclear-tipped ABM system interceptors around Moscow. So the transformation in the way we think about technology was phenomenal coming out of the President's speech, because much of that technology, particularly hit to kill, underlies the entire American missile defense enterprise today, right? Some 40 years after the fact. Just quickly, as we look kind of at the shifts in American missile defense policy and thinking, right? They were impacted really by, pretty significant kind of geopolitical and threat developments across the landscape. President Bush 41 came into office at a really transformational time in international politics, right? The collapse of the Soviet Union, the collapse of the Berlin Wall, and Bush 41 carried off a major review of SDI to look at it and to examine it and adapt it, right, to big changes in the international security environment. And there would be two events that would have a major impact on Bush 41's thinking about how to adapt strategic defenses, right, to the post-Cold War environment. The first was the Gulf War in '91. It was a transformative event. I'd been in the Department of Defense about a year, and I knew that evening in the Pentagon when Saddam Hussein started to fire ballistic missiles and the United States quickly sort of rushed out, modest improvements in the Patriot air defense systems to give them a little bit of missile defense capability, right, that this was going to be a pretty significant shift in American thinking. And quite frankly, it was, right? We saw the first sort of ballistic missile defense, ballistic missile conflict, and we saw ballistic missiles used in two ways. We saw them used in a sort of strategically coercive way, Saddam Hussein's targeting of a variety of cities in Israel to try to bring the Israelis into the conflict to destroy the Western coalition. And secondly, we saw them used as pretty effective military instruments, right? The largest number of American casualties occurred as a result in that conflict of Iraqi ballistic missile attacks against an American barrack in, I believe, in Bahrain. So that was the first significant event that Bush 41 started to influence America. The second was the coup against Gorbachev in August of 1991. Again, in the Pentagon that evening, I kid you not, right, the American view was we had no idea where 15,000, right, who controlled 15,000 Soviet strategic nuclear weapons. Right? We knew Gorbachev was under arrest. We didn't know where those nuclear weapons, right, where control of those nuclear weapons resided. I mean, it was absolute and utter chaos, right? Soviet general, I don't know if it was Akrameyev, I believe, shortly after the coup committed suicide. I mean, this was a time of great uncertainty. And it had to do, that event, it also had an important impact because it was related to the way the United States would start to think about the necessity of missile defenses in scenarios where, right, your traditional nuclear deterrence didn't play a role, right? And this began to inform American thinking about concerns related to accidental and the unauthorized launch of nuclear weapons. So those two events were actually, significantly influenced the shift in American missile defense policy that would be produced in Bush 41's sort of GPALs, right? Global Protection Against Limited Strikes, right? This is the first American significant post-SDI shift, and it was a broad set of architectural plans sort of laid out for that, and I won't go into that at this point. President Clinton comes into office and of course has a much different focus when it comes to missile defense. They did sort of their version of a missile defense review. They took a much narrower focus. It was on sort of theater missile defense systems. They sort of kind of downplayed the role of emerging long-range missile threats to the homeland. As Aaron mentioned, the Clinton administration pretty much killed GPALs. All the plans for a much broader, more significant set of missile defense, strategic and at the regional level, killed sort of the efforts that were underway to try to begin to cooperate with the Russians on missile defenses that had started under the previous Bush administration, and sort of reoriented policy around sort of just kind of the TMD, the regional piece. But yet again, international events would sort of have this kind of rude sort of impact on American thinking and the role of defense. In August of 98, North Korea conducts launch of a long-range missile, the Taepodong-1. Caught the entire American intelligence community and the United States government, quite frankly, by surprise. Didn't understand, didn't know where the North Koreans, right, got sort of three-stage rocket. They launched this three-stage rocket years in advance of any intelligence community predictions about North Korea acquiring a long-range missile. And it had an impact even on the Clinton administration, which converted the American Homeland Missile Defense Program, which was then known as National Missile Defense, or NMD, sort of changed it and started to put it on a more accelerated track in light of sort of the North Korean long-range sort of space and missile defense developments. Clinton administration, of course, leaves office without making any decisions on the deployment of missile defenses. Now, bear in mind, of course, up to this point, as we look at the sort of ebb and flow of American missile defense policy and thinking, the United States is still constrained by the ABM Treaty, so it's not actually, building anything, right? It's doing some R&D, some science and technology, it's laying out architectural plans, but as far as developing and producing capabilities, it's largely constrained by the ABM Treaty, which was an incredibly effective agreement when it came to stifling, right, missile defenses. That's what its objective was. Bush 43, this is where things get really sort of really interesting. This is almost 20 years after right, President Reagan's SDI speech. And President Bush 43, concludes, look, that the strategic environment has shifted significantly, right? We're no longer adversaries with the Soviet Union or Russia. We're seeing the rise of regional and unpredictable and dangerous regional partners combined with the rise of WMD and ballistic missile proliferation. And President Bush, really in an incredible demonstration of leadership, decides to withdraw the United States from the ABM Treaty, right, and makes that announcement in December of 2001, effective in the mid part of 2002. Now, this took a lot of courage because for decades, right, the enmity built towards missile defense was enormous, right? It dominated everything when it came to American strategic thinking and the role of missile defense. And of course, the president was warned by everybody at this time: if you withdraw from the ABM Treaty, this will be the end of arms control. There'll be a new nuclear arms race. Your allies will abandon you. Putin made these remarks. Our allies expressed the same kind of concern. I was in Moscow a bunch of times on these events, including on 9/11 with Undersecretary Feith. And so the president was, right, the United States was sort of forewarned it would be the end of, the international security system as it stood. Well, President Bush, of course, withdrew from the ABM treaty. And at that summit, at the time, Putin was, I can't recall, either prime minister or president. He went back and forth so many times. Both President Bush and George Bush and Vladimir Putin had a summit. They agreed to a new nuclear arms control treaty in the same time frame that the United States withdrew from the Abraham Treaty without any further limits. So quite frankly, you had the breaking of this notion of an action-reaction cycle, right? That you couldn't have arms control reductions and the development and deployment of missile defenses. That was clearly disproven. And number two, the Russians agreed to, I believe it was the Moscow Treaty, right? Which, I think put us down to somewhere between 1,500 and 1,700 warheads. All in the context of the United States withdrawing from the ABM Treaty, making a decision to deploy missile defenses without any limits. Oh, by the way, right, American allies, especially in Europe, right, did not sort of abandon the United States. We'd see a couple of other more, interesting shifts. When the Obama administration would come into office, it would do its review, its ballistic missile defense review. And perhaps the most significant thing about the BMDR review that the Obama administration conducted in 2009 and 2010 was that it sort of represented for the first time kind of a measure of consensus, right? Because the Obama administration essentially endorsed sort of the three core pillars of American policy that had been established in the previous administration, right? Homeland missile defense against limited threats in this context, right? Regional adversaries or rogue states, a term of art used back then. Regional missile defenses for American forces deployed globally and for our coalition partners. And the third pillar was, a broad-based missile defense cooperation with allies and partners across the globe to, over time, to be integrated within kind of the three security architectures of the United States and Europe, the Middle East, and in Northeast Asia. The Obama administration did some things as well, which once again sort of reflected a downgrading of the importance of the homeland missile defense threat. They took the Bush administration's plan for 44 GBIs, paused it at 30 because they said, well, we don't see a rising threat to the United States. We're going to focus more on regional defenses, right? We've sort of heard this story a couple of different times. Well, sort of what happens, the North Koreans in 2012 or 13, right, go out and display a brand new ICBM, the KN-08, right, which again caught us by surprise, including the American intelligence community, hadn't forecast that. The Obama administration sort of reacts to that development and decides to sort of take the hold off the 30 GBIs and go back to 44. So again, international threat development sort of impacting, right, the shifts, although it should be self-evident that we continue to be reactive to these developments as in contrast to being sort of more proactive. You get to the Trump and Biden administration, I think, and their defense reviews sort of evolving and adapting to it, changes in the international security environment, changes to significant geopolitical factors. A couple of things stand out in the Trump administration. One, halfway through the BMDR, when we were writing it, and these missile defense reviews, for those who aren't familiar, are interagency products, but all of them are led by the Department of Defense, number one. Number two, they're led within the Department of Defense by the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And number three, they're always led generally by OSD, OSD policy. And sometimes we'll have co-chairs with other organizations like the Joint Staff or the acquisition community, but OSD policy leads these reviews and has done so for over 3 decades. So as we were working our way through the Trump BMDR to the MDR, our assessments of the shifting security environment, including the threat environment, was that, look, this is more than just about ballistic missiles, right? I mean, we're seeing the development of hypersonics, advanced cruise missiles, air-launched ballistic missiles. And the significant change was that halfway through that process, we adjusted the name of the review and went to the Missile Defense Review to reflect sort of a broader kind of opening of the aperture of threats, which would also begin to affect the way the United States would think about the kinds of defenses the United States needed. BMD, not just BMD, but other aspects. An important decision was made by the president to go from 44 GBIs to 64. We can talk a little bit about that, but that was a demonstration of how you get real presidential leadership. When President Trump called Secretary Madison and said, go deploy 20 more GBIs, which is now sort of after time, right, known as the Next Generation Interceptor. That's the only way those missiles would have been deployed, right? Presidents have to, when it comes to missile defense, presidents have to make decisions because there continues to be so much resistance, right, that I think is, I would call it sort of, it's the ABM Treaty sort of hangover effect that continues to sort of have this kind of insidious effect on the way we think about defenses. I think lastly, to get off the stage, the Biden administration's MDR, which was released in October of last year, I think it's probably a lot of continuity, more than change, and an evolutionary document. I don't think, my impression is nothing sort of significant about it. A couple of new areas of interest related to integrated air and missile defense, right, highlighting some aspects that now include, right, the importance of building regional defenses against sort of China and Russian regional missile defense capabilities, which is, I think, an interesting development. They introduced some terms and some concepts like missile defeat, which are still, in my judgment, a little bit immature. We don't quite know what the relationship will be between missile defense and missile defeat. Is missile defeat just sort of a clever way of saying, hey, we've got a whole bunch of new tools we can pursue. We can downgrade sort of the emphasis on missile defense. I think it's an open question as to what those concepts mean and how they will sort of relate to each other and come together in a more balanced way to create a more sort of integrated set of offensive and defensive capabilities to counter, right, obviously a growing missile problem. And so I think there's some interesting issues and some interesting questions there. We need to sort of see how they unfold over time. But I mean, this sort of brings us back to the beginning, which is in light of a rapidly changing international landscape today, where do we take missile defense, right? How do we realign it? How do we reshape that path? So I'm going to stop there on that.
Certainly a lot of things to think about as we get into the rest of the conference today. Surprise and presidential leadership are two takeaways I took away from your comments right there. Chiron, if you would give your remarks, and then we'll get into some Q&A.
Thank you. First, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'd like to begin by first thanking Roger Zackheim and Tom Karako for partnering with two great institutions to talk about the 40th anniversary of missile defense and look forward. This was a pivotal moment in the Reagan administration, but I think to really understand why he gave that speech on March 23rd, 1983, one has to go back to earlier parts of his life and career when he was in fact thinking about the problems of protecting the homeland and populations from a nuclear attack. I think it's probably as early as 1962, when in the archives there, I found a speech that, a typescript of a speech that I believe Reagan gave, where he was thinking aloud about big issues in terms of what we would ultimately call missile defense, about the responsibilities of protecting people. Then in 1968, 2 years into his time as governor in Sacramento, he gave a speech, or at least wrote a paper about a governor's responsibility in foreign and national security. I don't think it was ever published, but it was in response to an article in Foreign Affairs. And he began again to think about what we would later call missile defense, and his responsibility as a governor to protect the population of California. In 1979, as my friend Ken Edelman mentioned, Ronald Reagan traveled to NORAD with Martin Anderson, a former colleague of mine at the Hoover Institution and co-author, along with his wife Annalise, on 5 Reagan books. And at NORAD, Reagan asked the question while looking at the various monitors, you can monitor an incoming missile, and he was told yes, but can you stop it? And he was told no. According to Marty's account, both numerous times in conversations with many people in interviews and in his book Revolution, that sent off a light bulb for Reagan. I think all of these things were important for him, having been governor of the largest state for 8 years, having visited national laboratories that were involved in the production of American missile technology, influenced him well before the presidency. But I think the pieces really began to come together for Reagan around what would be SDI in the late 70s, when he was thinking about something even bigger than missile defense and nuclear weapons, but how to develop a grand strategy for the United States that rejected the détente, US-Soviet détente forged by Nixon, President Nixon, and his Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. That had become the status quo, this idea that the US and the Soviet Union were co-equals across the board by the mid-70s. The Washington establishment, the academic elites believed in this notion that we had to look at and treat the Soviet Union as a kind of equal and legitimate power in the international system. Reagan did something that was like a heresy for a presidential candidate at that time. He went fully against the bipartisan consensus around the Cold War, the establishment and the academic world, and said, no, the Soviet Union is not, as Mr. Edelman said, a legitimate nation in the world and toward its people. And he began developing the pillars of what would become his grand strategy. And within that, I think SDI is actually born. He had around 4 hypotheses that I also call heresies, and I've mentioned them many times before, that went against this idea of US-Soviet détente. He said, 1, the American economy is so strong at bottom that it can engage in an arms race, a technology race, any type of race with the Soviet Union and recover. He didn't want deficit spending, but according to Mike Deaver, Reagan later said, on reflection, it was worth it. Second, Reagan hypothesized that the American public, despite the fact that it had watched the humiliating defeat in Saigon in April 1975, was prepared for peacetime rearmament if leaders would explain that rearmament was not an end in of itself, but a tool for a very different objective, which was, in his view, to end the Cold War on American terms. Dick Allen is famous for having reported that Reagan said to him in the late 70s when he asked Reagan, what's your view of the Cold War and the Soviet Union? What do you want to see happen? And Reagan said, we win, they lose. That comes from Dick Allen's conversation with Reagan. Again, I think another heresy in this period of a bipartisan consensus about US-Soviet relations. Third, Reagan was of the view that the Soviet economy was so weak at bottom that it could not sustain a technology race with the United States. That was very different than what the intel community was reporting at that very time. And then finally, the sole source of legitimacy of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, in its security belt, was its Red Army. Pull the army out, the countries would go their own way. All of these things now, on reflection, look to be true, to be easy for anyone to understand. But at that time, it was Reagan who was making those statements. Within that, I think SDI was born because it allowed for this idea that a technology race And even if it looked as if it wouldn't work immediately, a missile defense shield, somewhat dramatic that the way it was presented by Reagan in his speech, and in other statements that happened in the years that followed. But it was consistent with the thinking that Reagan campaigned on in 1980, that he wrote about and thought about in his radio scripts and other writings during those years. Now, if we pivot to 1983, that year, I think, is the most dramatic year in the end of the Cold War story. Not just because in March, Reagan gives the twin speeches, the Evil Empire speech and the missile defense speech, but because everything else that was going on, both behind the scenes and in the public realm. In terms of the public, we had seen in the early 80s one of the largest, perhaps the largest anti-nuclear grassroots global movement, both sides of the Atlantic, body chains around nuclear facilities in Europe and the United States. The Catholic bishops issued a letter, a pastoral letter against nuclear weapons. Church and laity concerned, representing Protestants, had lots of nuclear freeze activities. There was a call among the Western societies for a nuclear freeze. And then there's Ronald Reagan. And there was a belief that he was going to lead the world toward nuclear war. And he gives these speeches in March. And what I remember being a very young graduate student, hearing this idea that Reagan's speech was an attempt to foil and SDI more broadly, the nuclear freeze movement. I don't think that's true, but it is interesting that after Reagan put forth SDI, later called Star Wars, the nuclear freeze movement never regained its strength and steam. That many Americans and others in Western societies, when presented with an alternative about how to be safe, found the missile defense idea attractive. But if we march on after that speech, a few months later, something profound happens that I think builds on the strength that Reagan presented in giving the idea of missile defense to the world, a missile defense shield, when everyone else around him said it wasn't really possible. By June, the 7 Pentecostals who'd been living in the U.S. basement of the embassy in Moscow were released. And I think that moment happens in part because of what Reagan did in those twin speeches in March of 1983. Yuri Andropov and Reagan agreed to quietly let the Pentecostals out and and allow them to travel to the West so that they could practice their religion freely. Then we march on to the fall of 1983. Again, there are still many who want a nuclear freeze and don't want the U.S. to deploy what is known as the intermediate nuclear forces or weapons in Europe. That actually happens by the end of the year. All of this is going on around Reagan's development of a grand strategy, and it was an early piece, both the human rights side, the missile defense side, the deployment of weapons, the Pershings. It was the Pershing weapons and other weapons in Europe at that time, a very different world by the end of the year. Reagan helped make this possible when, in fact, not Ken Edelman, but some of the other advisors around Reagan doubted that any of this was actually possible. I think it suggests the power of the presidency, especially when you have a president that has an independent vision about America's role in the world. That was Ronald Reagan, and 1983 was the year. the beginning, I think, of the turn in 1984 happens as a result of these activities and policy decisions that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those remarks. I think now's a good time to get into a little bit of Q&A. We should have a few minutes left for it. I'm going to be a little selfish as the moderator and ask the first question or two. You've all laid out in some way, shape, or form the importance of missile defense to arms control. Missile defense in bringing the Soviets to the negotiating table on intermediate range nuclear weapons, on strategic nuclear weapons. The arms control landscape looks a lot different today. I think we can all agree. INF, New START, both canceled or suspended. China is, of course, a consideration. Iran, other actors. So I'll kick it over to actually the whole panel, but maybe Ken, you can kick off and then we can get into it from there. What's the place of missile defense and arms control today? Is there a place for it?
I'm not an expert in that. Pepe and Aaron and even Kyron, and Kyron's comments were wonderful, so thank you, Kyron, for that. I'm not an expert on that right now. I can just tell you that during the time of the Reagan administration, the whole cry was that SDI would ruin arms control. I mean, that was quite clear. Senator Ted Kennedy was leading the charge. I love this foyer right here named for Sam Nunn, who was a good friend of ours and somebody I respect enormously. He was against SDI for a variety of reasons. He thought it would ruin arms control. It was a common belief then that what we had to do was to continue what the Carter administration had been doing in arms control in order to succeed it, and in order to succeed where they had not from SALT II on. And as Kyron pointed out, Ronald Reagan really did listen to his own drummer. He really had ideas that Kyron has done a wonderful job of showing in the whole commentary that he had made from the 1,000 or so radio broadcasts about views, that he really thought about these issues himself. And he was, just had it in his mind what he wanted to do. And it was really impressive. We were in this little compact house, a Hofte house, for that weekend at Reykjavik. And Reagan's met with Gorbachev for 10 and a half hours. I don't know about you, but I haven't talked to anybody in 2 days in 10 and a half hours in my life. That's a long time to talk to somebody. And during that time, especially the Sunday, the October 12th, 1986, when Gorbachev tied these real reductions in nuclear weapons, for the first time 50% cut in strategic arms, and doing away with the Euro missiles from Europe, which Aaron will tell you was the #1 problem facing NATO when Reagan came to office. So this was no sidebar. This was the central issue of NATO. And Reagan and Gorbachev and Akrameyev at 4 o'clock in the morning on the all-night session had agreed to the 50% cuts, agreed to eliminate the missiles in Europe. That Sunday morning, Gorbachev tied those reductions to Reagan abandoning SDI. And what's surprising to me is that over that weekend, and we had lots of talks with the president about, the whole situation, Reagan never really asked our advice. Should we take the deal or not? It really was kind of surprising when you look back, because I think it was a deal that any other president in American history would have taken. And the fact is, he didn't ask our advice and where we stood on the issue, because he knew where he stood on the issue. And that was all he really cared about. And so this, Anthony, to get to your question on the effect of SDI and arms control, the conventional thinking in the 80s was that SDI would kill arms control, and it was just wrong. I mean, the reason we had Reykjavik, the reason we had the INF Treaty, the reason we had 50% cuts in strategic was because of SDI and because of Reagan's buildup of across the board and his real desire to stay with deep reductions of nuclear weapons. It was an amazing, Anthony, you're absolutely right, it's an amazing case study in presidential leadership and just deciding what he wanted to do and going ahead and doing it. And Winston Churchill always said that courage is the main virtue of a leader, because without courage, none of the other virtues come. And we can see that with, today in Ukraine with Zelensky. That courage is awfully important, and Ronald Reagan has that kind of courage. He didn't, as someone said, Buckley said, Ronald Reagan is the first president of the modern era not to care about what the editorial page of the New York Times said. And William F. Buckley said that about his buddy Ronald Reagan. Well, the fact is that Ronald Reagan didn't read the editorial page of the New York Times, and that's why, partly why he didn't care that much about it. But he was very clear in his views, and it was just looking back at it, it's just a case study in leadership that's quite stunning, let me say.
So maybe we can look at that case study. How would you apply that today if you were advising, say, President Biden? Pepe, Aaron, Karan. Pepe, why don't we go to you first?
Maybe to pick up on the original part of your question, I think we've gotten sort of missile defense and arms control mostly wrong over the past 3 or 4 decades. I mean, without sort of going into a history lesson, we got it wrong during the days of the ABM Treaty, right? The two key premises of the ABM Treaty, two key premise. One is that it would sort of codify sort of American and Soviet interest and mutual vulnerability, and 2, it would lead to a cessation of the offensive, arms race of strategic offensive weapons. And both were demonstrated false within a matter of months, if not, a matter of years, if not months. And the Russians, the Soviets, after the ABM Treaty was signed, continued to develop their Moscow ABM system. They continued to put emphasis on strategic air defense system. They continued to place emphasis on nationwide homeland civil defense. I mean, the Soviets took every conceivable measure to limit damage to the Soviet Union in the event of a major war, and particularly of a nuclear war. So they didn't buy into the vulnerability. They bought into the ABM Treaty because there were specific tactical reasons for doing that, mostly related to sort of suppressing sort of what they were concerned would be sort of a significant American technological advantage. The second piece was related to the cessation of the offensive development of strategic offensive weapons. In fact, the largest expansion in Soviet strategic offensive weapons occurred between the early 1970s and the late 1970s after the ABM Treaty was signed, right? I mean, so we knew within a matter of 6 or 8 years, we could look back and see the ABM Treaty failed miserably, right, to reduce or stop, right, the development of Soviet offensive weapons. I mean, even Harold Brown, right, Jimmy Carter's Secretary of Defense, Democratic administration, famously noted, with regard to Soviet strategic forces, look, when we build, they build. When we stop, they continue to build. Right? I mean, again, it demonstrated that American restraint had no impact. I think you fast forward to today. I mean, we see the same developments. Right? American restraint in missile defense, and you can only call it restraint. Right? I mean, here we are, 2002, Bush withdraws from the ABM Treaty. We begin deploying homeland missile defenses in 2004, 2005. We have 44 interceptors. The United States today has fewer strategic interceptors than Russia has, right? And so American restraint, right, hasn't been rewarded in any way when it comes to missile defense. So I think the kind of canonical view that is out there about missile defense sort of being a stimulant to offensive forces is to me, a gross sort of oversimplification of sort of a much more complex problem set in terms of what drives nations to acquire and develop strategic capabilities, number one. Number two, again, to my earlier comments, I mean, we demonstrated, right, during the Putin-Bush summit communiques in 2002, right? I mean, you can have missile defenses and strategic arms control if the political conditions are right. And they were right at that time. If the political conditions are not right, if the nations are genuinely hostile towards each other, then it really doesn't matter, right? I mean, the arms control won't be successful.
Aaron, you care to comment?
So I'll just highlight one particular complication that we see in the SDI era and that I think would likely be an issue today with missile defense and arms control, and that's the space missile defense nexus. So back in the 1980s, one of the things that the Soviets tried to do was propose anti-satellite weapons arms control as a means of restraining the development of missile defense. Why is that? Because if you're using hit-to-kill technologies, if you can use a hit-to-kill missile to shoot down a ballistic missile outside of Earth's atmosphere, you can use that same ballistic missile to shoot down a satellite. And so the proliferation of advanced missile defense systems is simultaneously the proliferation of ASAT-capable systems. And both Russia and China are very concerned about any kind of potential offensive space capabilities that also have missile defense applications. Ken Edelman probably remembers, I've seen the transcripts from the conversations with him and Reagan and other advisors. Reagan tried to distinguish between what he called offensive space weapons and defensive space weapons. And Ken and several other advisors to Reagan explained that this kind of distinction is really not possible in a practical sense. But it's a real complication in arms control negotiations when you're trying to distinguish between these different categories. So Russia and China are vehemently opposed to what they call space weapons, but it's really, really difficult to actually define what that means. I mean, you might say, well, it's a weapon in space, but like I said, if you have a ground-based missile defense capability, you can potentially use that to shoot down a satellite. So the space missile defense nexus was a real complication in the 1970s with the US and the Soviets, certainly in the 1980s during the nuclear and space talks, and it would likely be a really significant issue if there is going to be the reemergence of arms control negotiations with the US and Russia and potentially US and China.
Chiron, you had a few thoughts on this matter.
Yes, I just wanted to go back to the time of SDI and before, because I think it's important for the audience. And I was having a similar discussion with my students here at Pepperdine University yesterday. There are times when an issue or problem set will ultimately divide the American public. We see that with climate change now. And SDI was something like climate change in that period. There were many who believed, you know, on the Reagan right, there were many who believed that missile defense, a defensive shield, was not only possible, but important. There were many in the kind of bipartisan elite community and on the political left who believed that we should not pursue this technology and stay committed to the ABM treaty. It was shocking. There's just nothing in anyone's DNA that would lead them to be on either side of this debate. I don't think we're there now, but I think what was underneath that discussion was the fact that Reagan was challenging the core premises of the ABM treaty and the nuclear deterrent structure that we had. For instance, he rejected the idea of mutual assured destruction. He felt that MAD was mad, and that it ultimately was a policy that used population centers as pawns in the nuclear game. He felt it was morally reprehensible. That kind of was something that many found shocking in the defense community, because MAD had been over a couple of decades, you know, kind of a highly developed idea, along with massive retaliation and the important nuclear doctrine and strategic thinking that happened in the late 40s and the early 50s. I don't think we're there now, as our speakers have said, in the missile defense debate, but I think there is a lingering, there's a legacy of a suspicion of what missile defense can do in the larger nuclear set of strategies and policies of a nation, and I think the speakers have said that so far.
Can I just jump in on that? and this is just for my benefit because for 43 years it's been bugging me, that the groups, the Union of Concerned Scientists came out immediately after SDI's speech and said, this will never work, okay? It bugged me at the time, and it still bugs me 43 years later. How can a group of scientists say something will never work? No matter how much money you put in the research, no matter how long the research takes. I mean, if anybody told me that I could have the capabilities that this has here in 2023, that will never work. You know, I would have believed at that time. But this idea that scientists are ganging up on the SDI as to say it'll never work was kind of outrageous. It was one of those myths at the time that really caught on. Ted Kennedy, you know, famously, because the Kennedy family had a genius for public affairs, all of his brothers did, and he came out with the Star Wars right away. Then the cry was, this is going to kill arms control, which we talked about. So you had all these absolute truths that were prevalent in the air at that time that'll never work, that'll kill arms control, that'll so aggravate, you know, the tensions with the allies. You know, that turned out really not to be true. The last point I would make, Aaron is absolutely right that, and he was even kinder to Maggie Thatcher, who adored Ronald Reagan at the time, but she really didn't like SDI, okay? And that was clear from various conversations we had. I was with Reagan and Thatcher when we had an hour and a half on SDI and arms control, and Thatcher brought over her foreign minister and defense minister, and it was clear that she really didn't like. And I accompanied Ronald Reagan on the walk back from that meeting, and he turns to me and he says, she's not a great listener, is she, Ken? And I said, well, she's a great talker, though. But so Thatcher was, you know, just for a variety of reasons, some of them good, some of them not, against SDI. But in her memoirs, she has the amazing point that Ronald Reagan's SDI decision was the most important decision he made in 8 years as president. Okay? Something she opposed during 6 of those years in office. She came to realize 20 years later that not only was defense important as a program, but more important it is because of the whole effect it had on the end of the Cold War. So I thought it was an amazing conversion and realization, Aaron, of, you know, and her honesty that she was wrong all those years. And somehow, that was the amazing part about Ronald Reagan. Somehow, he got these things that were big, big issues so right. And like I say, all of us who are well steeped in this field, who knew so much more than he did, who were so many years of learning all this stuff that he did, we were just wrong.
Well, I think you set up kind of an interesting next question. We heard a lot from the first congressional panel about hypersonics, about NGIs. You just said the Union of Concerned Scientists doubted that SDI technologies could ever work. Maybe Aaron, Pepe, if you could give us a little sense of the change in the technological landscape over 40 years. I know I've just given you about 4 minutes to cover 40 years of technological development. Chiron, you can jump in too. But give us a little sense of what are those key moments, key inflection points that have made missile defense a different equation?
So I'll just talk about a couple of key ones, and then I'm sure Pepe can go into more detail about some of the organizational changes that go along with that. The 1970s is a real turning point, because the 1970s is when you have hit-to-kill technologies really coming out, and you have more advanced sensors. So prior to this, missile defense was primarily dependent on nuclear-tipped missile defense, which is obviously not going to be very accurate, propagating a lot of radiation into the upper atmosphere into space. So hit-to-kill technologies in the 1970s is what is giving some missile defense advocates the idea that this is going to indeed become a greater possibility, and also some interest in directed energy weapons. I think, unfortunately, in the historical narrative on SDI, it's usually associated with lasers in space. That's kind of the popular narrative. If you actually look at the budget for SDIO, the largest chunk was in command and control, and then also in hit-to-kill. So space lasers, that's a really small chunk of the overall slice of the pie. When we move to the post-Cold War era, what we find is that there's generally bipartisan consensus in favor of having a space layer to track, detect missile threats, and it's really space-based interceptors that are the most politically sensitive issue, and as we discussed, those are largely killed. But when we look at what's going on today with the Space Development Agency and the Missile Defense Agency, they're actually embracing for the space layer key ideas that were being raised in the late 80s and early 90s with having proliferated constellations, different orbits that can maintain custody of all kinds of missile threats from cradle to grave. So the space layer, in many ways, that was envisioned by Jim Abramson and his colleagues in the late 80s is in some ways actually coming to fruition, but the space-based interceptor is still probably the third rail that a lot of people don't want to touch.
Okay, Pepe, you have 1 minute, and Chiron, you have 1 minute if you'd like.
Aaron, I mean, right on. I think he covered almost everything I would have to say on this. I'll take a little bit of a broader point, right? What we've failed to do in the missile defense arena, most significantly from my perspective, is to treat it like any other major weapon system program and continue to develop, infuse new technology, new capabilities, new platforms, right? We've really sort of almost failed miserably to do that in missile defense. Right, when you look at, we're now pursuing the 6th generation air fighter. Fighter interceptors. We're pursuing the 8th generation of ICBMs, and we're only now sort of struggling to develop sort of the 2nd generation of ICBM. We've got very competent system in the ground today. We're presumably developing the next generation interceptor, which may be 2028 or 2030, but that will be 3+ decades, right, that it's taken us to get to what we hope will be a 2nd generation interceptor, right? I mean, so in terms of the advanced technology across the board, whether it's hit-to-kill, whether it's interceptors, whether it's space-based sensors, right, we've treated missile defense in this sort of different way. I mean, there's sort of a more complex reason why it's lagged, and it's budget, it's politics, it's technology, but technology isn't the driver. I think it's more politics and budget that has sort of led to this kind of lack of treating missile defense like any other major strategic program. I mean, we should be moving towards the 3rd generation of capabilities at this point, whether they're ground-based, whether it's hit-to-kill, whether it's space-based sensors. And so, I mean, until decisions are made, right, in a sense, I don't want to say to bring us back to kind of the SDI era, but to fund the development of new technologies, right? There are plenty of opportunities out there. The F-35, incredible. We discovered when we were doing the MDR review in 2018, incredible sensor platform, right? I mean, the F-35 was picking up ballistic missile tracks in incredible ways. Well, you now have an incredible airborne sensor that can do boost phase tracking, married today possibly to an Air Force programs for air-to-air hypersonic weapons, which can there may be some promise there, one kind of narrow example, for a no-kidding sort of boost phase capabilities. But is this being examined? No, it's not, right? So we're going to have to think differently about this problem, right, from the way we've thought about it for the last 30 years.
Well, hopefully our 2 following panels will think differently for us. Chiron, you can bring us home.
Just great panel. I agree that the issue of missile defense is not technology, it's politics. Sometimes it's a lack of will and imagination. But I actually think if we go back to the Reagan era where we started, the same problems persist. Missile defense, I think, and I think maybe Tom Karako knows this better than I do, tends to do well when it's embedded in something like a grand strategy. It needs to be, I think, well defined in terms of what it's supposed to do, who the potential adversaries are, how and when it will be used. Reagan was able to overcome the objection, as Ken mentioned, of the Union of Concerned Scientists and others, because in the following year, in 1984, he enunciated his grand strategy, the four-part agenda, which actually very few people know about and is ignored most of the time. But I think without it, there's no missile defense. That strategy included a focus on arms control, a focus on regional competition, what we call the Reagan Doctrine, meeting the Soviets on the ground in places like Angola, Afghanistan, and complicating their efforts there. Human rights, which I've already talked about, and then other bilateral issues. That helped take away the idea that missile defense somehow was an attempt to increase the arms race, the nuclear arms race. That may seem a bit odd, but there were many who believed that missile defense, or SDI at the time, could make it more likely, not less likely, that there was a nuclear war. The biggest advocates of missile defense tend to be nuclear abolitionists, and Reagan was one. The problem that we see now in the 21st century is that we've got new actors like China. China wasn't a factor in nuclear arms control in the 20th century. Now it is for the United States. How do you embed missile defense in a new geopolitical reality? I suggest that the Reagan Institute and CSIS hold another conference on that topic.
Well, thank you for that charge, and thank you for our panelists. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
All right, well, thanks everybody for coming back. Our next panel is going to be with Vice Admiral John Hill, the director of the Missile Defense Agency. He's a good friend of CSIS, and he's a regular for these kind of events to come and talk about the budget. He's going to come up for about 10-15 minutes and give a little presentation. Then we'll sit down and kind of have a conversation for the remainder of the time. I just remind folks who are watching online or here in person that you can always submit questions, and they'll come straight to my tablet, and we'll be able to offer them to the Admiral. I just want to underline a comment that we heard the kickoff this morning by Seth Jones, that yes, this is the 40th anniversary of kind of the kickoff for the Strategic Defense Initiative, but of course, missile defense didn't begin there. For those that have reminded me of that, yes, I know. Back to the 1940s, Project Bambi and Thumper, for that matter, and the sort of things that we talk about today in terms of left of launch. They were doing that in World War II, hitting V2 and V1 missiles on the ground in Belgium. But as Seth mentioned this morning, what really marks today is the beginning of and the kickoff of what you might call the missile defense enterprise, or the institutionalization under one roof of all this sort of thing. Missile Defense Agency is a big part of that, but not the only part of that. As General John Hyten, when he was the vice chairman a couple years ago, used to say in his vision, every service would have the ability to strike deep, but also defend itself. And so you see a whole lot of air and missile defense efforts going on within the services. But for the really hard problems, those get handled and handed off to this gentleman in this agency. So, Admiral Hill, thank you for coming back. Really appreciate your being here, and over to you.
Thank you. All right. Hey, well, good morning. I always love coming to CSIS because you've got this great view out here, and it allows me to stay absolutely distracted during the whole time. But I do have a handful of charts just to kind of stimulate the conversation, maybe to stimulate some questions, and so I think they're up. We can just go ahead and turn the chart, please. So missile defense at 40 years, if you kind of jump into the time capsule, it almost goes back to the time when I first entered the Navy. When I came into the Navy as a surface warfare officer, I came into a 600-ship Navy. I was commissioned by Ronald Reagan. It was a different time. It was the Soviet Union. Spent my first deployment in the Mediterranean hunting submarines, tracking submarines, watching them go into port, watching their ships go into port, literally playing that cat and mouse game with the Soviet concern. One of the reasons I came into the Navy is I knew that we were facing the potential of a nuclear Armageddon. My father was a soldier. He was a Nike Hercules missile guy, and so we used to talk about this all the time. So I wanted to be part of that. I wanted to be part of something that was bigger than myself. And so that was my rationale for joining up and finding myself in the Mediterranean chasing submarines around. I was an undersea warfare officer. What was different about them, too, one of my collateral duties was the nuclear weapons officer. That's right, we had nuclear-tipped ASROCs, right, our anti-submarine rockets. That was a suicide weapon. We were all in. The whole crew of that ship understood if we ever launched one of those, we were going away. But that's what we dealt with. And so if you haven't thanked a sailor, a guardian, a marine, airman in a while, thank them, because they have similar challenges today, and they face those sorts of things. My brother, when he was in the Army, used to tell me that his expected lifetime was 60 minutes, or 60 seconds on the battlefield, because he was a communication specialist. And so those things are real. It was a different time back then, as kind of shown in this chart. I won't read them all to you, but you'll notice some things there where we didn't have a Space Force. We'll talk a little bit about that later today. We didn't have a deployed ballistic missile defense system to protect the homeland at the time. And we've come through some evolution over time, which is what I'll talk about in the next chart. So next chart, please. So this is kind of the history or the framework of how we became a missile defense agency. I mentioned earlier that, the far left of that chart, was kind of my timeline of coming into the Navy. It really was that concern about Soviet ICBMs waxing the homeland, right? So we were going to go build the Star Wars shield, and that was really the foundation of SDIO.
some incredible technology developed during that time frame, much of which is deployed today, but rather than being deployed in space-based applications, which was the dream at the time, if it's what we have in some of our systems that are out there today, both in the ground-based missile defense, within the Aegis world and Standard Missile, and inside of the theater area air defense system called THAAD. So we took what we learned then and made those investments, and we've deployed them today in a different way than what was envisioned way back when, right? So then we transitioned over to kind of limited defense, right? We knew that without something up in space that we were really going to have to shoot from the ground or from the sea base, and we knew that that would be handling a limited attack. And so from that time, we transitioned over to the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization. And that was really focused in now on developing something that we could deploy as fast as possible. In fact, that was the charter when we became the Missile Defense Agency, was to get it out there right away. Now, when you move with urgency, in fact, I will tell my folks sometimes that there's a tyranny of urgency, right? We're all concerned about the threats today, which are wildly different than what it was on the left side of this chart. There's goodness in moving fast. Everyone always asks me, is it okay to fail if you're moving fast? Well, we know that you learn a lot from that, but failure is often punished, right? And so we can talk about where we've had our failures. There's been many of them. I'll just flat out tell you, right? We fail all the time. But we do learn from that, and we are better because of it, and it's what we do today. So we deployed very quickly, and when you do that, you skip some engineering processes. You start to question the reliability of the fleet and those sorts of things. So that's what we had to live with over the last 20 years or so. We're in a much better place today, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. Next chart, please. So here's the threat chart, a little bit hard to read, but if you look to the left, this is kind of a 20-year look, right? So you go back to when we first in place the ground-based missile defense capability, when we first brought in the initial deployment of Standard Missile 3 on Aegis ships. The world was that. Ballistic missiles, pretty predictable, throw the football, comes right back down. Comes down at hypersonic speeds, so it's still very challenging. And then as they've increased the countermeasure capabilities, we got very focused down on something called discrimination. That's our ability to pick out the RV, the reentry vehicle, from balloons and other things that are really decoys, right, up in space. That in itself is hard. That's a tough battle. And we've got the technology in place to do that today, and we do it very well. Again, going against a limited capability coming from the rogue nations, right? So that's the left. If you move to the right, this is kind of the world that I felt I lived in when I first joined the Navy. And if you're the ship on the far right corner there, or if you're a land-based battery, or if you're an Army maneuver force, you don't really care if it's ballistic, hypersonic, cruise, sub-launch, land-launched. You don't really care because it's coming at you and it's coming at you fast. Right? That's what we deal with today. So the world's gotten crazier. Fractional orbital bombardment is in there for a reason. Hypersonics are there. And again, launch from air, launch from land, boosted, hyperglide vehicles being released. In the ballistic world, we have the maneuvering RVs, which look and smell a lot like a hypersonic down in the atmosphere. So very tough world. It's different. It's no longer the inaccurate population, going after the population to freak them out. It's now going for very specific sites, and they can do that. Our adversaries have really upped their game in this area, which means you have to up your game in defense, which also means that it's harder, which also means it's more than just the Missile Defense Agency. Again, I come from a air defense background on ships. Some of you in Army uniforms over there have been working air defense for years. It's not easy, whether it's self-defense or if it's area defense, regional defense, or homeland defense. It's complex and it's hard. But fundamentally, it is about detect, control, engage. It's your ability to see and sense the battle space. It's your ability to control and understand what that threat is doing so you can put a weapon on it, right? So detect, control, engage is kind of an old mantra that I still use today. It's applicable across all of our systems. Next chart, please. So this is the mission. And it's been unchanged. You may have saw it in the BMDO, MDA transition side, right? And it's because it's so fundamentally true, right? I could take that mission statement when I was working Navy air defense back with the Navy and apply that to my problem set on a destroyer or a cruiser, right? You want layer defense. What does that mean? That is expanding your battle space. That means taking more than one shot at the threat, not waiting for terminal, which is the hardest, dirtiest environment to engage. And in fact, you'll likely end up with the debris coming on a ship and killing sailors, right? If you wait that long, that's what happens. But that's the reason why when you go to ship, they have the close-in weapon system. They may have a rolling airframe missile. They may have evolved Sea Sparrow. They may have SM-2, SM-6 for the long fight, and SM-3 for the ballistic fight, right? That is a great defensive layer on a ship. And if you look at the Army, when they deploy with IBCS, if you have IFPC and you've got Patriot and you've got THAAD, then you're in a pretty good place in terms of layers. So that's what we mean by that. So that's our mission, right? Layered defense. Defending the United States, #1 priority for the agency, right? So our core mission that started out in SDIO, came through BIMDO and MDA, really was about protecting the homeland against the rogue threat, right? And you can ask me questions about inventory. I won't answer them, but I'll tell you what we can do from a limited defense perspective. And then our deployed forces. They mean a lot to me, not just because of my own experience, because I've got family members that are deployed today in the Army, in the Navy, Marine Corps. Many of you also have that. I'll just say, less than 1% of the country serves in the military, right? Less than 1% of them. And most of the sons and daughters that serve today are the children of those people that are serving now. So we're becoming a cloistered community, which means a lot of people don't understand us, how we think and what we do. And so again, when you see anybody wearing a uniform, you ought to thank them for what they do, because it's critical for the defense of this country and for the overall success of the nation. All phases of flight, what does that mean? You want to interrogate the threat from the time it launches all the way to the time you kill it, right? Which means you have to have track custody. Hard to do. We're always sensor poor. Pick any mission. You never have enough to really fully understand what the threat is doing. And when they maneuver, when they extend in space, when they go at high speeds or large raids, that's all done to break that down, right? So you have to interrogate them in all phases of flight, and then you want to engage them in all phases of flight if you can, right? Some of them are really hard. I was asked a question recently about boost phase. Very hard to do. That's a very short time cycle, right? When you boost, you go pretty quickly up into the atmosphere. So that means you have to have really exquisite intelligence and warning. You got to know where the launch site is, whether it's at sea with a pop-up submarine, or if it's from a land-based site or from a TEL that's moving, and then you have to be there. So let's just pick Combat Air Patrol. If you're launching out of North Korea, where would the Combat Air Patrol be? And you have to ask yourself, do we want to actually be flying over China, right? So that's kind of the reality of why boost phase can be so hard. Ascent phase just as hard, because you're accelerating and you're going up into space. So we go after mid-course, we go after the descent phase, we go after the terminal phase. That's what the hallmark of really what the ground-based mid-course defense is. That's what Aegis with SM-3 does, to include sea-based terminal when you get down into the atmosphere. It's what THAAD does right on the edge of the atmosphere, what Patriot does down inside the atmosphere against multiple threat types. So I think we're in great shape from a missile defense perspective, defense of the homeland against a rogue nation. I continue to worry about our carriers operating forward inside the island chain. I continue to worry about forward air bases. I worry about the Army Maneuver Force, because sensor poor, right? We may not have everything we need, because seeing these threats in the numbers they come in, at the speeds they fly, and the maneuver capability is the challenge for the future. All right, next chart, please. All right, so this is when people ask me what we're doing in PB23 and where we're carrying it into 24, this is kind of a summary to look at that. You'll notice that C2BMC there is prominently displayed in the center. It really is the connective tissue, and we built it for a reason. It's our version of JADC2, and within our budget you'll see that we're integrating with JADC2. But why did we do it? Well, think about indications and warning coming from space is really the first hit, right? Then think about radars that are in Japan that are putting it into track. Think about SBX, which just got underway after her maintenance availability, giving us that exquisite discrimination. Think about the launch sites up in Alaska and in California, and the control from Colorado. We had to synchronize that all together. And then we took that and we leveraged it by being able to tie Aegis and THAAD together, down in CENTCOM, for an example. So we're across the globe with C2MC, and it's an important connective tissue. It is the technical integration portion of the Missile Defense Agency that leverages the fire control systems within ground-based missile course, fire control systems within Aegis, and in THAAD and in Patriot. And it's a very effective system, and it's really our foundation. Off to the left, you'll see the space capability. When you look at these kind of threats, I've been talking a lot about sea-based and land-based sensors, right? Looking up curvature of the Earth issues. Any flat earthers in here? All right, the Earth is round, and so it's very hard. And so we have to go to space to be able to see maneuver across the globe. And that's where we're going, and that is the strategy of the department. It's not just for the missile defense mission. There are so many other missions that we can do from space, and it's critically important. We're going to launch our first 2 hypersonic ballistic tracking space sensors later this year. We're going to get them up in an inclination that's over the Indo-PACOM region so we can leverage them when we're doing flight testing, so we can characterize them in space. That's an important piece, so we hand it off to the Space Force for proliferation. Off to the right, you see the long-range discrimination radar up in Alaska. Fantastic. If you haven't been up to Clear Alaska, I recommend you go. You want to see a modern-day pyramid, that is it. In the center of the chart, that's the ground-based mid-course program, again, the hallmark of the Missile Defense Agency. You see some missiles coming out of the fields. You see them being transported. You see them being taken apart and torn down. That is our service life extension program. We need a service life extension program, always have, and I'm thankful to Congress that they funded that early on so that we can extend the life, improve the fleet out there today while we wait for the next generation interceptor, which is on track, and I'll talk more about that later. Down in the lower left, you see Aegis ships and you see Aegis Ashore. Great technology. I already mentioned the mid-course capability with SM-3. Talked about sea-based terminal going against hypersonic threats, deployed today and in constant state of improvement with sea-based terminal and SM-6. And we're getting ready to deliver the Poland Aegis Ashore site, going through full-up testing of it now. And so that'll be ready for in-serve within the next month or so. Then we go to CNO acceptance, and then EUCOM acceptance and NATO acceptance. So on path and doing well there. Defense of Guam, I'll talk more about that when I sit down with Dr. Karako. And then THAAD Patriot integration, we completed the test campaign for that. We delivered that to 1 unit in the Indo-PACOM region, and we're working with the Army to do global deployment of that. Pretty excited about that. Great capability, our ability to interchange and interoperate between, just X-band and C-band radars as an example, and the ability to control Patriot using a THAAD battery, the ability to take a THAAD radar, TPY-2, provide data to Patriot to launch it out, our ability to separate the launchers from the fire control to give you more flexibility depending on what your geography is. So that's what we've been working on in 23, we'll continue to work on, and that's where we're going in 24, kind of in a nutshell. Okay, next chart. And I think that wraps it up. So let me introduce Dr. Tom Karako.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Really appreciated the historical slides. That was a lot of fun. I remember the cell phones, at least from the 90s, not so much the 80s.
First one I was issued was
So you did have that threat chart, and you talked about all the crazy things that are there, the hypersonic and the FOBs and things like that. 5 years ago, we were thinking about these things, describing these things as the emerging threat, the advanced threat. Where are we going to be 5 years from now? Where are we going to be 10 years from now? And therefore, how do you think and begin to plan for even more complex threats than we have today?
Right. Well, the first point I'll make is that projections, when I first came in back in 2019 as director, many of those were projections, and they're here now. And so the world we live in now is what I kind of showed you on that chart. Those were projected to be downstream a bit. If you go look at the number of tests that our adversaries are doing today, it's on the order of 60 to 100 in a year. It's stunning, right? While we test, in handfuls, right? You can count them on hand. So it's a different pace, and it's coming quick. When I look at the future and I think about the problems we'll face kind of beyond all those different trajectory types and warhead types, for me it becomes the electronic attack and protection side of the house. We have to make sure we are as resilient as possible. We've been working on the cyber aspects. Part of the Service Life Extension Program is not an interceptor Service Life Extension Program. It is a full-up weapon system program, which means we're hardening, we're building in redundancy, and making sure we're cyber secure. We're never going to be done with that, right? We're going to continue to do that across all of our programs. But in the future, since we don't live in a world anymore to where we're the big boys on the planet, and we don't have to worry about anybody else. The homeland is no longer a sanctuary, that's been said. And I will tell you that the electronic attack and protecting our systems against that is the next adventure. So discrimination has always been a huge thing for us, fancy word for picking out the lethal object in any complex, and the complex is difficult to go see. Radars love that stuff, so we have to go have the right algorithms in there, and we're constantly adjusting those because the threat's always adjusting. But the future is, how do you deal with these different kind of attacks that we'll have on the system that are beyond just jamming, right? It's going to be hard. So that's the new frontier.
Yeah. So big picture, you've got your order of priorities. You've got 10.9 billion requests for PV24. In your priorities, operations and readiness, production, footing, and deployment, and then sort of the technology development sort of thing. But as I cut at it, in terms of the origin of the threat, the National Defense Strategy talks about China, very clear as the pacing threat, and yet so much of what the agency historically has dealt with is kind of the rogue threat.
Right.
So how do you think in terms of the relative prioritization of China, Russia, the rogues,
Right.
where are you beginning to focus in that sense?
Yeah, I would say that the policy makes it very clear for us. You know, in the department, we talk about strategy, then policy, then budget, then programs, and that is real, right? You want to start with that first. So the strategy for Homeland Defense still remains against the limited attack from the rogue nations, right? Primarily North Korea, right? So we have to worry about that because that threat, unfortunately, doesn't go away, right? But our regional systems, gloves off, right? So when you get down to reaction time, which really matters if you're ship deployed forward, an Army maneuver force, or if you're protecting an air base. Reaction time drives the fact that you don't care about attribution. If something is coming in, you have to take it out. So the policy is very realistic in terms of where we do it. So the way I think about it, and I always tell my folks when we're doing ballistic missile defense of the homeland, yes, that is against the rogue nations. When we're forward deployed, we are up against near peers, for sure. We're going against the acute threat and against the pacing challenge you already mentioned, right? That's what we have to deal with when we're forward.
So
it's very clear to me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The acute threat, as you say, I want to talk about Ukraine, but I'm not going to ask you what you're doing with EUCOM on the day-to-day basis.
Right.
I know you shouldn't talk about that. No, you're not going to talk about that. But I nevertheless want to ask, because it is such a big object of attention, speaking rather as a acquisition professional.
Right.
We look at Ukraine and we see so much, I would say, MacGyvering going on. Whether they're trying to, put together everything from a Stinger to a Hawk to a German, flat gun into some coherent air defense. They have so much stuff. They have innovation. They're trying to shoot a Sea Spare off a Soviet Buk launcher, stuff like that. And so when you see that, and it kind of resonates with the go fast acquisition
Right.
and innovative kind of solutions. How do you look at this, and maybe how are you anticipating the lessons learned for the acquisition world?
Yeah, so one thing I'll say, and I don't think anybody would be surprised by this, is we leverage the existing sensor architecture today to do real world, so I can count numbers, right? I know what our adversaries are doing in terms of testing, and I see the data because we have, exquisite sensors. We've got a connected and integrated architecture that allows us to not only collect that data to assess it ourselves, but working closely with the intelligence community to have that data as well, right? So whether you're in the EUCOM theater, Indo-PACOM, CENTCOM, we're going to do that. It's a global capability that the United States has working with our allies. And so if you ask specifically about lessons learned from an acquisition geek perspective in Ukraine, it goes right back to that threat chart, right? Large numbers, right? RAID will overwhelm any sensor, right? Speed will overwhelm a sensor, and maneuver challenges the sensor architecture. So we're learning kind of what we expected. As we projected forward a few years ago, as we started looking at, bringing in hypersonic tracking filters into our radars around the world, we knew we needed to go do that, and I'm glad we did because that threat is here now.
Gotcha. And then closely connected to that, for instance, Undersecretary LaPlante for Acquisition Sustainment, who was kind of the John the Baptist crying in the wilderness on
Right.
on procurement, munitions production type issues. Section 1244 of the NDA last year, had all this authority for certain types of munitions, and
Right.
SMs, I think, were in the
Right.
mix, for instance. But how are you in kind of this big mix? I mean, everybody around Washington is talking munitions production, multi-year, this, that, or the other thing. How is that coming downstream to the Missile Defense Agency?
Yeah, I tell you, I'm really appreciative of Honorable Plant's focus in that area. And I will tell you, every time I meet with him, John, I'm sorry I'm late. I was just coming back from a munitions discussion. So he is the John the Baptist on that one, and for good reason. So we are doing the same thing, right? So it's less about replenishment for us. It's really about getting to the numbers that really matter, right? And so, and you are unfortunately throttled by budget in a lot of cases, right? So we try to do the best to stabilize the configuration and go to multi-year procurement, right? So this is the last year as an example for the SM-3 Block 1B, the workhorse of the fleet, where we're not going to be in multi-year procurement, right? We'll finish that up. And why? Well, we have an evolving threat. So we're going to go make changes to that missile until we're satisfied that those changes are incorporated and we fully tested. We will do bundle buys, we'll do the best we can to get the best pricing that we can, and then we'll move to multi-year again. Multi-year, in my view, is a trust factor with the people and with Congress and within the department, right? If I can't get to a stabilized production, I have no business asking for multi-year, right? But when we're ready for multi-year, we'll go to multi-year, get the best pricing we can to increase the inventory, because that's really what it's all about. I won't talk inventory numbers today, but we've got a great inventory number on SM-3. We're doing really well on SM-6. We're doing really well on THAAD, doing really well on Patriot. Some of that lift comes from foreign military sales. That helps to stabilize the production line, and it also allows us to incorporate fixes as we go. So I think multi-year is important. I'm all in on what Honorable Plant's saying, but he's all in when I tell him I'm not ready to do that yet, but I will bundle buy. I'm also looking for ways to bring commonality between SM-3 Block 1B and the SM-3 Block 2A. And so by working through that, that's another reason why we'll bundle buy, get the best deals that we can, then we'll go to multi-year when we're ready. But I'm excited that we're in production on SM-3 Block 2A. That's an incredible capability. I was on the ground floor of that one, so I'm very proud of it.
Excellent, excellent. We'll come back to that in terms of Japan, for instance. So before we get into any programs, in fact, before we get into more sort of budget deep dive, let's just, if you don't mind, kind of nerd out a little bit on some concepts. And we've talked about this before, and I mean, of course, kind of integration. It's one of the adjectives in your definition of the MDS is integrated, layered, and it's got to be one of the most commonly used words in the department.
Yeah.
So let me just say, I'm not asking you about integrated deterrence,
Right.
and I'm not asking you about offense-defense integration or anything like that. What does integration mean to you in terms of active air and missile defense?
Yeah, I often try not to use that word. I came from PEO, Integrated Warfare Systems, and there was a definition there. And I would bet in this crowd here, if we were to ask everybody what they thought it was, you'd get 50 different answers, right? So for me, it's really 3 vectors, right? So we need to integrate into the threat, right? So that's where I always start. What is the threat, right? So we're going to integrate our capability to go after that threat. That's one definition of integration. Then, because we deliver integrated capability increments to our combatant commanders, we need to integrate into that framework, right? So when we deliver NGI, it's going to integrate with the ground-based weapon system along with the existing fleet. That's a hard putt, but that's what we're working to do, and that's another level of integration. And then I do need to integrate into comprehensive missile defeat, and think of that as left of launch and right of launch, and we're in dead center on active missile defense. So we don't own everything in left of launch, but we need to be integrated with that. Meaning if there are sensors out there that contribute to our ability to have indications of warning as early as possible, then we want to pull that from the left and bring that into the system. And so those are kind of 3 ways that I think of integration. And you and I have had the fun time of talking about the math version of it, right? It's the area under the curve. And if you take a look at C2BMC, and if you look at GMD and all of its variants and Aegis and all of that, they're under a curve, but they're not perfect, right? They're at different levels. It's hard to get that curve just right, but that's what we mean by integration. We want them to be interoperable first. So when I mentioned Aegis and THAAD and CENTCOM, for example, they're wildly interoperable. Are they integrated to the definition someone may have out here that they're sharing discrete track measurement levels? No, they don't need to do that. They can do that by sharing a track state and then bringing that into their own fire control and processing that on their own. You can get a little crazy with integration.
So I got the engineer's version of integration, the integrated equation as opposed to the derivative, bringing things together as opposed to kind of taking them apart. Right. But integration is bringing things together to work for some common purpose.
Right.
So let me just sort of dwell on that, and you've already kind of distinguished between interoperability and integration. But you mentioned, certain track measurement sharing. You've got programs like the Joint Track Management Bridge. Talk to me about the functions. Talk to me about the work that things, especially at the tactical or the operational level, are the functions that you integrate things for. You mentioned Patriot and THAAD for fire control, but talk about the functions that will inform from the bottom up the integration discussion.
Sure. So I'll go back to C2BMC since I mentioned that a little bit earlier. So that is what I would call track-based integration. So we're sharing track level information, which means that we've taken all of our sensors, we've fused that data through C2BMC, and that's what we're providing to an Aegis ship as an example, right? Or that's what goes into the ground-based fire control system, and then you let that fire control system do its thing based on that track. They'll more than likely look for it in their organic sensor, and then now they've got that track it's easier to correlate and associate if you can see it yourself, right? In engage on remote engagements, that's just a little bit harder, right? And we have plenty of architectures that leverage that. So when you get into track-based measurements, that means you're getting a direct tap off that sensor, which means you're inviting all of those measurements into your system. And I will tell you that's hard because you've got to associate and correlate, and you've got to make sure it matches your track stores that you've got, say, within Aegis, right? So we've spent a lot of time over the last couple decades getting to an engage on remote that we can trust, right? So generally we talk about, a queued engagement, we talk about the engage on full remote, and then we talk about organic engagements. You want to get to your own native sensor as soon as you can in that world, but you may not always be able to get there. So you have to be able to handle maybe a fire control quality track that is good enough, but not perfect in the way that you would look at it.
So you described C2BMC as sharing that track information, those track measurements.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, it's the GIFIC for GMD, or it's the Aegis Fire Control. They're doing their own kind of computations.
That's right.
After being queued or something like that.
Right.
And so that's a little bit of a distance, as it were.
Sure.
Where I'm going with this, I think you know where I'm going with this, which is Guam.
Yeah, Guam's a great example.
And so I make that distinction because you're going to have IBCS, you're going to have Aegis Fire Control, you're going to have THAAD Fire Control, maybe some other stuff as well. Right. And to put all those pieces together, well, we say that's integrated, but what do we really mean by that?
Yeah, so this goes back to the tyranny of the urgency, right? How fast do you need to get there, right? We're on a very short timetable on Guam. So I don't want to do anything that creates massive new development, right? So our entering argument going into Guam is that you're going to have Aegis and IBCS and THAAD connected through C2BMC. That's the entering argument, and that's where we're going to go for the first instantiation of it. Downstream, we may get to the full Joint Track Management Bridge, and what that is where you directly connect the Aegis Fire Control to IBCS Fire Control, right? You do that, it now requires a commitment on either side of that interface.
To not shoot, or to shoot.
Well, what you've got is maybe a track coming through Aegis that you're not seeing in IBCS, and you have to somehow associate that with the track in your track stores. You can end up dealing with dual tracks because, oh, by the way, you still have the C2BMC track coming over, right? So you can end up with duplicates and those sorts of things. And that comes from my background working with Aegis Cooperative Engagement all those years ago. We came through all of that, but it is not simple. It is hard work. And I would say that the value of getting to Joint Track Management, I view it as a vision, right? Because it's really just a demo program. That's all that is, right? Few lines of code, it's a translator between the two systems. A lot of work to get done to where we can feel confident that we're not going to screw up the track picture. We're not going to screw up native fire control in IBCS or Aegis. So we're going to go with C2BMC first. Track-based, pretty easy to go do. But the reality is on Guam, the big radar that's associated with Aegis is going to see cruise missiles. And we want IBCS to have that track data. So what's the best way to do it? C2BMC, direct tap to the radar, or through the bridge? So we're running lots of studies on that right now to see which is the best. And I will tell you, the reality of budget always comes home, right? We could spend a lot of time trying to mix tracks between those two systems, or we could just do what we know how to do right now just to meet the time block and then just continuously improve. So we'll get there, but it won't be in the first instantiation because it's just very hard engineering work, and it does, unfortunately, mean bills on the Aegis side and bills on the IBCS side, particularly for cruise missiles. Maneuvering, many numbers, it's hard work.
But you said the problem of dual tracks. I mean, it's not just 1 versus 2. It's
right.
Is it 6 or is it 12?
Right.
Kind of a thing.
Yeah. So that's so when people oversimplify it, like, oh well, let's just integrate the systems. Well, what level of integration are you talking about, right? So we're going to go with what works, what we have confidence in, what's been tested and proven. We'll deliver that early, and then we'll go to the next level to make sure that IBCS has access to every sensor on that island, and a couple different ways to do that, right? And so then we'll go there, and then if we see value in full up integration, mixing the track management systems together, then we'll maybe do that. I'm not there yet.
But to your point, back to the lesson from Ukraine is it's going to be really hard. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming in.
Right.
And sorting that out, that is no small problem.
It's not, right?
And plugging a radar of one frequency into another radar into a EOIR.
And the formats are different, right? Data standards are different, interfaces are different, so it's not that easy. But what I want to do is to make sure that the combatant command or the fleet staff, whoever is manning that command and control center, has confidence in the track picture they see, right? We want that. Really easy to go screw that up if you get crazy with however you define integration.
Gotcha. All right, well, we could probably spend the rest of the hour here on that.
Well, you want to geek out. So.
I know. But so let me, before we kind of get into the programs and more on Guam, for instance, always want to kind of check in on MDA. I think the department might be kind of updating the charter, kind of revisiting that. I think the Trump directive type memorandum from however many years ago is still kind of floating out there. Any update on kind of the status of those things?
Yeah, sure. The directive type memo made some changes in where decisions are made. And I think it was really the outcome of taking AT&L and creating R&E and ANS. That's really the root of that. And so when you take a look at the MDA charter with its unique authorities and all, that was one of the areas that kind of said, well, who should be making decisions where, right? It kind of started with that, right? Should it be R&E? Should it be ANS? And I'm totally fine with that. That's a good debate to have, right? Because frankly, I wanted that solved, right? I always wanted to update the charter from the day I walked in because there were just administrative changes that needed to be made, right? Organizational changes that had happened, so I wanted those reflected in the charter. But in the end, we know what goodness came out of the directive type memo. There were things that we were already doing that were best practices, and so we want to lock those in. And the department has agreed these are the right things, and where we are now is rewriting the directives. And there's two of them, right? There's one that kind of says, here's what MDA does and how they do it, and then this is support that's required from other organizations in order to achieve that mission. So that's in play right now. There's probably not much more to say other than I've got a great relationship with both R&E and ANS, and whenever I've asked for a delegation of decision, the answer's been yes. So it's it's hard to argue.
Great. Well, why don't we move to what I call the Biden administration's really signature effort on missile defense, which is the defense of Guam, which we've already started to talk about. But how do you think about the strategic logic? Why are we spending $5 billion this decade to try to put these things together and defend what is, after all, a relatively small number of assets on one island in the Pacific? Why are we doing that?
Yeah, she hates it when it does, but my daughter asks me that question all the time, so this is for you, Carly. We're doing it because of location, right? When I look at the globe, and anyone can go do this, and you look at where Guam's situated, it is a strategic location. So then go away from location. What do we have there, right? It's a major ship repair site. We've got to protect that. It's a major air site. We're going to be stationing Marines there. We're going to have the Army on board, right? It's a critical part of any skirmish that might happen in the Indo-Pacific. And then when you think about where the battle is controlled today at the command level, that's way back in Hawaii, right? So one of the big lifts that really wasn't seen when the architecture was laid down is a command and control center there on Guam that is very useful for every service and for the Indo-PACOM commander. So it is location and it is capability. Today the island's defended by THAAD on the island, really against the North Korean threat, because that's why we put it there, and then an Aegis ship that's in a very discrete station. And really what the requirement was 360-degree coverage. And that meant sensor coverage for the island. That also meant weapons effects coverage for the island. So it is no small feat to get there, but it is a stationary aircraft carrier. And it deserves to be defended because of the people that are there, American citizens, along with the capability that's on that island now and what will be on the island in the future.
So you've been working on this for a couple of years,
Yeah.
Probably since you came in 2019 as director. As of right now, in terms of the 24 budget, for instance, and recognizing that you're working very closely with the Army and other folks as well, describe for us, what's the architecture? What's the several pieces that are, perhaps over different phases, going to be brought in?
So if you go back to the original Indo-PACOM requirement, which was 360-degree coverage, again, sensors, weapons effects, right? We have to hit that mark. Then it's really a question about persistence, right? When you asked about the importance of Guam, well, a ship that's in a station could get called away to go do something else, right? Now, in today's world, if the bubble goes up and there's an issue, we can always marshal more ships in the air to protect the island, right? We can drop more THAAD batteries. We can put Patriot batteries on the island. We can do all of that. But what the Indo-PACOM commander was looking for was that persistent capability because of what we're going to have on that island, right? The command and control nodes, all the other things. So a description of the architecture, we highly mentioned its Aegis and IBCS. We'll put the integration discussion aside for a moment. But we've worked very hard with the Army. Where we are today in 23 and where we'll be in 24 really is coming through all the site selections. We've selected the sites already, working very closely with the Joint Marianas Commander, which is, a naval officer for good reason. They're kind of landlords there on Guam. Working very close with the governor there because where we site things matters to her for good reason, right? It's a tourist location, right? So we have a version of Aegis that will be on the island. And we have radars that will be associated with Aegis because we'll be taking on ballistics, we'll be taking on hypersonic threats, leveraging the existing capability within Aegis to do so. And then IBCS comes on the island with its sensor suite and its control suites, and it will leverage the capabilities of Patriot, it'll leverage the capabilities of the FPIC, short range kind of stuff to give us that full layered defense on Guam. So it is a great example of integrated air and missile defense, two systems that were built in for different reasons, bringing them together because that capability, when you sum it all up, is really formidable and it'll defend the island.
So you mentioned that Aegis is a really important part of this, but this is not going to look like Romania.
Not at all.
And so
Right.
how would you you mentioned the command centers,
Right.
You mentioned we've talked about the ground-based VLSs that kind of look like Romania, but what is, I would say, the relative kind of similarities and differences between Aegis Ashore, Romania, and what you're thinking about there?
Yeah, I think when we first looked at the problem set, the prior Indo-PACOM commander said, I got to have an Aegis Ashore there, right? And that meant single deck house, 360 degrees was what was in his head, right? I've got 360 degree coverage with that. But once we took a look at the island and its, love this word, topology, right? We knew that a singular deck house would have blind spots. So what that meant was taking those radar arrays and moving them out and you can get 360 degree coverage by placing them in certain areas. And so that's what the Aegis portion will be. So it'll not be a deck house. It'll be a command suite with radars located around the island. And then we challenged ourselves to go mobile. So those radars will be relocatable. Which is pretty exciting, and that's really more of a mechanical engineering kind of effort to go do that. We have the technology to go do it, so we'll do it. And then with IBCS, they'll bring, again, other sensor suites, things like the LTAMS radar and what IBCS is doing, with the launching systems and with Patriot and FPIC and those sorts of things, Sentinel radars, all that'll be tied together. So that's really kind of a quick overview of what that looks like. And there are other capabilities I just won't talk about today that will integrate into it.
And you mentioned the mobility piece, but
Yeah.
there are some costs,
Sure.
maybe some risks, maybe some developmental risks associated with the both mobile radars and launchers. Is that fair?
Right. That is fair. Our focus right now in 23 is on siting. And I just have to say this, Tom, right? This is the unfun stuff that nobody likes to talk about, right? But you have to stay within the NEPA process, the Environmental Protection Act, and you got to make sure that you take care of the island. We just have to do that. Hard place though, right? In World War II, a lot of expended ordnance still resides on that island. So when we go in and say we're going to put a radar in an area, well, we're going to have to dig that up. We're going to have to follow all the naval policies for unexploded ordnance. You got to do that and set it straight, and it's tough. And then laying down all the communication pathways and that on the island, it's a real challenge. So that's kind of what we're doing in 23. Why we are in parallel developing those capabilities, Army's developing those capabilities, and we start our first delivery in 24. So we intend to be on the island with a detect, control, engage string at the end of 24, because that's what Admiral Locklean told me I had to do. And so we're geared to go do it. And
so that's phase one.
That's phase one. Right.
And what are the second and third phases timeline, do we think?
We refer to it as initial deployment, And so we'll do the initial deployment in that late 24 timeframe, and then we're going to continually incrementally add capability every single year, until we're done. And I don't think that we'll ever be done.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of capability that will mature as we go. There'll be changes. We talked about the integration, how we do track management. That'll evolve as we go. But that's our timeline. We're going to drop new things every year.
So it's 360 degrees every direction, and it's also, you kind of have to be worried about all the threats at the same time.
That's right. The basis of that architecture we described came from not only the intelligence community, but a really comprehensive work by the Joint Staff called the J. Rickham study. And that's what laid down the threat sets. And then there was an update right before we laid the final architecture down to make sure that we were bringing the capability that we needed onto the island. So yeah, it's that's what we're doing.
But if you have to worry about all the threats kind of simultaneously, as we heard this morning from two members of Congress, China's doing a lot of the hypersonic stuff.
Yeah.
You are building hypersonic defense around the Aegis combat system.
We are.
And that has to be part of the Defense of Guam solution as well. So you've got a couple contracts out there. I wonder if you could kind of talk to us about what the PB-24 does on hypersonic defense, how you see that going, and what the timeline is.
Yeah, so for Guam, we're lifting the capability that's deployed today called Sea-Based Terminal, leverages the SM-6 missile, great airframe in it, can handle high maneuvers, does really well down the atmosphere. I mean, it's just an incredible weapon, right? So we can't, I probably get a phone call every day from someone in the fleet that says we need more of that missile, right? So that is today's capability against that hypersonic threat. Again, it kind of started from some of the early maneuvering, fast-flying threats that we saw that were a threat to the fleet. So we started there, and we said we need to get to that broader layer defense, an area defense. So there's something called the glide phase interceptor that you'll see in the budget that is in its analysis phase right now. We've got two companies in an OTA. They're really delivering on high fidelity models. We give them a really tough threat set. It's an expanded threat set well beyond sea-based terminal that takes on some of those acute and what was the other one? The
acute and pacing.
And the pacing threat, right? So yeah, China and Russia. So we're building against that, and we're ready to transition over to technology development. We had a really great risk review conducted by the Undersecretary for R&E. It's called an ITRA, the Technical Risk Assessment. And we also have the CAPE analysis that has taken a look at where the budget is. And so we're addressing that in this next phase that we'll pivot to here shortly. We're just getting ready to go over. We go to a JROC next week, and then we have an MDEV, Missile Defense Executive Board, after that. And we'll transition over to that hard technical development. And so that's when you start to get into real hardware components and those sorts of things to fly in that environment, while we're also continuing the science and technology to make sure that we can actually operate in that glide phase. Operating in space is different than operating down low in the atmosphere, different when you're on the edge of the atmosphere where these things glide. And we'll deploy that first in the sea base, and then we're also in parallel looking at what we can do for deployed air bases and Army Maneuver Force.
So your acquisition strategy for GPI, I know you mentioned you're going to the JROC and such, but you've talked, and I'll just skip ahead a little bit to the NGI, you've talked occasionally about awarding 2 contracts for NGI going into production, if the threat warrants it, things like that. Is that something you ever think about for GPI, given the gravity of that threat?
So I'll go back to why the department wanted us to carry 2. So we started with 3, and then we did do a down select very early in the concept piece, right? Because if you have a set of requirements and they're not being met, well, then that's the criteria for down selecting to 2, right? So we're with 2 today on the glide phase intercept program for hypersonic defense. And we'll carry those 2, and then we'll get to a preliminary design review. And that program right now, the acquisition strategy, has a down select happening at preliminary design review. So that's a little bit different from the next generation interceptor, which is for ballistic missile defense. 2 companies now, firm development contracts, heading towards preliminary design review. So they're in a different stage of maturity. And that one is funded for 2 all the way through critical design review.
Right.
And then the acquisition strategy has a down select there. But what I mean by opportunity, it doesn't take away the decision space within the department to say we just should carry 2 all the way through flight testing and in production.
For
we
GPI.
Right, so we'll go back to was it John the Baptist of weapons
prophet,
and inventory? It could be that Honorable Plant and others in the building want us to carry to and have dual production lines in the world that we're in. I don't know yet, but right now the acquisition strategy on next generation interceptor for ground base has us down selecting at CDR to currently add to the inventory. It's about adding to the inventory. You could say, I want to replace older inventory. There's lots of flexibility there. So for glide phase interceptor, probably too early to say, again, because of where we are, right? We're in that concept portion, moving to hard technical development before we go into a full up, let's pull this together into an actual capability. We're not there yet, so lots of decisions to be made between now and then.
So let me just ask, staying on GPI for a minute, the timeline relative to the hopeful availability of the sensors that it's going to tell it where to open its eyes over the horizon.
Yeah, so one of the reasons we didn't want to hitch ourselves to the hypersonic ballistic tracking space sensor is we had the existing capability that Sea-Based Terminal uses today. You can have a ship up forward, you can have existing space sensor, land-based sensors that give you the track early. And then that allows you to use engage on remote or launch on remote or organic if you can see it right from a singular ship. So that's our first instantiation, is assume a picket ship forward that can see it, that sends it back to the shooting ship. And then when the space-based capability comes online, then we'll obviously go leverage that. So we're designing to the quality of service and the latency of what will be in space. We already know what that is for a forward-based ship and what we can get from C2BMC from land-based sensors.
But that's really important. I don't think it gets said much is GPI, as you are approaching it right now, doesn't necessarily need to wait around until the full space sensor
No, it doesn't.
constellation.
I view it as the next logical step as a complementary capability to Sea-Based Terminal. Again, if you kill it in glide, then your terminal battle becomes a lot easier. And so it's a layered defense approach. It's just the next layer for what we're already deployed with today.
So on HBTSS, you've been emphasizing lately, I can't remember if it was testimony or some other talk you did, but you really talked about your program, HBTSS, Hypersonic and Ballistic Tracking Space Sensor, is the only space sensor program among all those that are out there for missile warning, this, that, and the other thing. It's the only one that's focused on fire control quality data.
Right.
What is that? And talk about the onlyness that you're emphasizing.
Yeah, last year during testimony, Senator King picked on me for using the term fire control. And he goes, I don't know what that is.
I remember.
said, well, it's weapons quality data for targeting, right? You need to have that. And what that really means is in time and space, you understand what the error is around the position and the velocity of a flying target, right? You need to be as exquisite as possible so that when you launch a weapon against that, you're going towards the right thing, right? You don't want to fly by, right? You want to kill it, right? So if you don't have that level of data coming down from HBTSS, then you're not at the fire control level. You can't get that generally from a tracking sensor, right? So a tracking sensor will be a wider field of view, right? So it's trying to do surveillance. So now you've got the queuing to HBTSS that allows you to get to that quality of service, latency, position, and velocity, what you really need to do to put a weapon on target. You got to remember what we put in a VLS on a ship. How big is that, right? That's a 21-inch missile. That's it, right? So if it's looking over here, it's not going to hit the target. So it's got to be on that target. I'm looking at Dave right now because I love him. And so there you go.
So the more narrow field of view,
Right.
You're building the payload, you're not building the satellites.
That's right.
You've
Just build the
emphasized
sensor.
that
Right.
you've got the combined program office, so you're working very closely
Right.
with Space Force and all these other folks, but their attention seems to be on the wide field of view. And
Sure.
so if the HBTSS payload doesn't continue on, frankly, the rug gets pulled out of the active engagement part of this piece.
It makes it harder because you really need to be in space looking down on the globe when you have a globally maneuvering threat. You can't pick those up due to field of view issues with radars, either at sea or on land, right? We need to be in space. Everyone agrees with that. Everyone will also agree that we understand the requirements for missile defense better than anybody, right? It's what we do for a living. We're not space operators. We're not a space organization. So we need to work with Space Force to deliver that sensor, meeting the requirements that we need, and then Space Force will proliferate. It's a lot like when we delivered the ballistic missile signal processor to the destroyer fleet, right? We tested it at sea, we proved it out, and the Navy picked up the bill to proliferate across the destroyer fleet. Very similar story.
But that is what you do. That's your mission that you do. The space world has historically had a little different culture.
Sure.
Focused on warning, focused on other things going on up there,
Right.
but the engagement piece, not so much. You know, the head of Space Command, General Dickinson, once an air defender, always an air defender, excuse me. But how would you kind of characterize the relationship there and kind of the connectivity of keeping that mission alive?
Yeah, I think we have very strong relationships across all of those, right? So Space Command is now taking over the missile defense advocacy under a unified command policy that will be released sometime soon. And we've been working this transition from Strategic Command over to Space Command. So Space Command understands, and in fact, General Dickinson is not shy about saying what he needs or expects from our program. So when I mentioned the long-range discrimination radar earlier, it was, hey, I don't want just a radar that is a one-trick pony, for doing ballistic missile defense. I want you to also help me track space objects. So we have incorporated that capability into that radar as an example. On the Space Force side, great relationship. You mentioned the combined program office with Space Systems Command, with the Space Force and MDA. It's so that we can have missile warning, missile tracking to missile defense, and make sure there's no overlap or duplication of that work, because we need that whole chain to work for the missile defense mission, and many other folks, depending on what their missions are, need a very similar chain. But our fire control requirements are well understood within the Space Force, and we're relying on them to proliferate.
Great. You hit NGI. You also mentioned SLEP in your opening remarks there. You know, SLEP, Service Life Extension for the GMD program, doesn't maybe the most exotic sort of thing, but it's important.
It is.
And we're coming up on 20 years
Yeah.
next year that the
Right.
first GBIs were in place.
Right.
So, what's going on there that perhaps that is important that is not getting the attention it deserves on SLEP?
What's not happening in SLEP?
What is happening?
Oh, yeah. So service life extension, you have that on every major weapons program, right? And when you have a strategic capability like ground-based mid-course defense, you need to make sure that you're upgrading very simple things, right? So for example, one-shot devices in a booster. You need to check the propellant to make sure that that solid propellant doesn't have cracks in it, right? You want to make sure that your threat library is up to date. And I'm looking over at Tay Fitzgerald, who works very hard on this problem of taking older kill vehicles and making sure they've got updated processing so they can deal with the new threats of the future, update the seekers, right? So we send those back to Raytheon, and they rebuild those, right? We send the boosters back to Northrop Grumman, they go work those. We send the whole thing back to Boeing, to put it together and put it back in the hole. So we're just marching right through the oldest missiles, and through that process, we can gain additional capacity. So we're pretty excited about that. Like all programs, somewhat hardware poor, right? Sometimes you don't get the sparing money that you need. It's the first thing that you cut in a budget, right? Sparing, logistics, and training. And that's a heartbreak, right? But I'm really excited about this program now because we've reinvigorated that through that service life extension program across the whole system. Really critical to keep that program alive and make sure that it's ready for the next generation interceptor, to include the missile fields that we're building out, to make sure that we've got them, we've got flexibility geographically to move them around. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about it.
A couple of years ago, you announced you were going to kind of completely change the contract structure for all this. NGI was a piece of that, but so were, you alluded to, I think, to some of the sole source, but the ground weapon system and systems integration test and readiness sitter.
Yeah.
You've awarded those now. We're on the other side of that.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Yeah, so first, every program's got an acquisition strategy, right? It just so happens that 20 years ago, there was a lead systems integrator, right? And so that has served us well. We've delivered a fleet, and I need that team to stay in place to take care of that existing fleet, right? Can't let them go, can't let them atrophy. So that's a hard balance when you move into a new strategy that now says, well, the government really needs to own that technical baseline. That's where the system integration test and readiness contract comes into play. We need to maintain sole source ability to take care of the existing EKVs, for example. And then we need to move forward with the next generation interceptor. So I think the contract strategy that we've laid down, although it may sound complex, it's pretty much the way a lot of programs operate. We've got to worry about sensors. That's not part of that contract piece, but that's all part of the ground-based weapon system and what comes in. You have to have a really tight integration and make sure that the readiness and the testing piece is covered down on, right? And then you have to have the weapon itself. So it's a nice, it's the acquisition strategy that we have for today. Maybe we'll change it in the future, but it's going to carry us forward to the next generation intercept.
I just noticed a question's come in from Marcus Weisgerber, and before we get any further away from Guam, he wants to know that you've got, 147 million, I guess, in Indo-PACOM's UFOR list. What's going on with that? Why wasn't that in the budget in the first place?
Yeah, it's always, so timing for me on talking about unfunded priority lists is a little bit awkward, right? Because we have not released ours yet, right? I know the combatant commands have put those on the Hill, but I would say that not having read the combatant commands Indo-PACOM's unfunded requirement list, I think what that is if you take a close look at it, it's a priority area for the Indo-PACOM commander. I just don't,
Gotcha.
I'm not ready to talk about it today.
Okay, all right.
But I appreciate the support from Indo-PACOM and especially from Congress if they consider it.
Indeed. THAAD,
Yeah.
we lots of interest there, and other foreign partners, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will soon have as many batteries, or maybe more than the United States is operating.
Right.
UAE had a combat engagement using THAAD, and yet, as we were talking earlier, THAAD number 500 is the same as THAAD number 1.
Yeah.
It's not a program that's had a lot of block or incremental improvements. So how are you thinking about that? Is the missile, there's been a lot of software updates and things like that, and the radar, but is the THAAD missile kind of ready for an evolution?
It is, and part of what we wove into the Saudi Arabia case was to leverage an upgraded front end. And that will be incorporated in the U.S. fleet when the time is right to go do that. So we're excited about that lift that you get. Anytime you have a foreign military sales customer, it helps the U.S. production lines. It helps with our unit cost and those sorts of things. And it helps you to deal with obsolescence and other things that are going wrong in a program or that are a risk to the program just from aging. So we'll get a lot of lift. Those are great partnerships, and it will help the U.S. fleet on the THAAD side of the house.
What's kind of the timeline for the 8th and 9th batteries there?
So the 8th battery, I think, is the 25 timeline. I don't remember beyond that.
It's coming.
The 8th battery's coming, and that will be a fully upgunned version of the radar, for example. So right now, most of the deployed fleet is in a gallium arsenide for you geeks out there.
There's a few.
Yeah. Okay, good. So the new radar will be fully gallium nitride. We're starting to incorporate gallium nitride, front ends and the receiver transmitters into the existing fleet today. I wish we had more funding in the program to fully outfit all the existing THAAD batteries. The Army's constantly saying, John, when are we going to get gallium nitride? Well, we want to deliver that, but it's on a repair, replace kind of process. So over time, we'll replace them. Now, what's really cool is we've got some great engineers that know how to handle a mix of gallium arsenide and nitride within the front end of these radars. So we're modernizing them over a period of time. I would like it to go faster, like all of us do. But it's where we're at, and I think it's going to be good for the fleet, and it's good for the Army. It helps us with that crazy threat that's coming. It's going to give us more power and sensitivity, which really matters.
The crazy threats. We had the emerging threat and the advanced. Now we have the crazy threat.
Yeah, I just want to give you a technical term. Yeah.
You also emphasized in your opening you said we're going to take that GEON capability of plugging the M903 launcher into the THAAD command and control and get that out globally.
Yes.
What's kind of the timeline to be able to have that flexibility?
Yeah, so it's a great partnership with the Army. So when we did it, it was really based on a joint urgent operational need, right, out in Indo-PACOM. And what they're really looking for was that flexibility in a constrained space, for example. So separating the launchers really allows you to put things forward, keep the fire control back, right? It allows you to handle back range shots and things like that. Being able to shoot the right missile at the right target, also important. Taking advantage of the TPY-2's capability, very important. And so by doing that, we kind of thought, hey, we'll do that for that very specific area there. And then the Army came in last year, I think, and said, hey, could you put it in your budget to do global release on it? And we said yes. Again, reflects a great partnership with the service, because that's really how we do things for the combatant commands. We deliver through the services, and THAAD is an Army-operated and sustained system, and we work with the Army to upgrade it. And GAN's part of that story, THAAD Patriot integration part of that story, and we want to give as much flexibility to the Army as possible.
Yeah. So probably your favorite topic of the past couple months,
okay.
The balloon, the Chinese balloon issue. When Mike McCord rolled out the budget last two weeks ago, or whenever that was, he got a question, like, where's the balloon defense piece?
Right.
He says, well, as a matter of fact, there's $90 million in there to kind of go back and fix the data filters on NORAD for looking for things that don't look like a bomber, that are flying at different configurations. And so where I'm going with this is, different kinds of threats.
Right.
Cruise missile threats. In fact, Mike McCord immediately went there in response to that question. Now, Homeland Cruise Missile Defense has now been assigned to the Air Force as the lead service on that. But you all, your agency, and working closely with NORAD Northcom in previous years, have done quite a bit of work on that. And so I wondered if you might be able to talk a little bit about the kind of work that you did and that you handed off to the Air Force, recognizing that they've got the lead on it now.
Right. So one of the things we do within the agency is we're very sensitive to timelines, very sensitive to when the threat is either going to emerge or if it's already here, right? So we get throttled within that timeline, and we go back to our roots on being capability based. So for the cruise missile defense mission, back when General O'Shaughnessy was first concerned about it, now General Van Herk, we said, well, in order to move quick, we've got to roll with the sensor capability that we've got now. We should roll with the weapons capability we have now, and roll with the command and control capabilities that we have so we can deliver quickly. It's a very complex problem, though, because you start it's not like a Guam. It's different, right? If you decide that you're going to weaponize every state in the Union, right, they're all going to be different. Where you place them, it is the Guam story again in terms of, environmental, those issues. Are you protecting, what critical assets we needed to know and understand what that was. So we did a lot of those laydowns. We did a full air budget analysis for your geeks out there on the sensor capability, what it would take to get, long-range looks, how you get that to the fighters as maybe the first wave of defense, and then how you handle it from a point defense and maybe beyond that, depending on what you're trying to protect. It's just different based on which part of the geography you're working with. So we've taken all of that, we've provided that to the Air Force, and we were asked by the department to continue forward with a limited area defense demonstration that we're doing that would really tie together Navy and Army assets together to defend the National Capital Region, as an example. So we've come through the first hardware in the loop. We've got another one coming up. We're learning from each one of those, and then we'll go do the live flight test on that in the August timeframe. All of that is being observed by the Air Force. All that data goes to the Air Force. We'll continue to work with all the services. There are some, pesky things like combat ID that just aren't resolved everywhere, right? And so
a lot of aircraft on the Eastern Seaboard.
So as you work on JADC2, you have to worry about combat ID. You got to worry about track associations, depending on what approach you take in that integration world. So we're going to continue to work that area.
Gotcha. This morning we heard Mr. Lamborn and Mr. Moulton talk about kind of the non-kinetic, the promise of various non-kinetic means of kill. You've talked about, HPMs, short pulse lasers, RF, but also I've heard you talk lately about electronic attack and things like that. So how do you think about that, recognizing that there'll always be a kinetic interceptor kind of role for this stuff, but how do you think about that world? It's something that MDA, at least publicly, has not been doing a whole lot on lately. Lasers, at least, kind of taken out and done at the R&E level. But how do you think about that suite right now?
Yeah, I think about it from the standpoint of looking at any threat trajectory and where can we interrogate that threat, either affected through some high-powered continuous wave laser, maybe it's a pulse laser, maybe it's a high-powered microwave. They're all different. I kind of round them all under directed energy, right? Electronic attack could be a part of that as well. And where's it best placed, right? A lot of it will be geographic, right? If you're trying to do, say, the boost phase mission, right? We've got to do more experimentation in that area to see how well we could do if you only see it after it's emerged, right? And not worry about knowing an exact launch point. Where would you have to be? Do you need to be in an aircraft? Can you be on a ship? Do you have to be in a land-based site? So we're working through where it would make sense across that whole battle space. What can we do if it's coming in on you, right? Can we dazzle a seeker, as an example? Can we march it off of its target? So all of that work is part of that realm. I think it's a very promising part of the future. And I would love to live in a world to where we could, first be complementary with that sort of capability with our live interceptors. I'm not convinced that anytime soon that will replace a hard kill. But I think it's always been a complementary part, back to my Navy heritage, right? We throw chaff up, right? That's one way to deal with things, right? try to fry something, by using a high-powered beam on it, that's part of the equation too. So, and we're getting demand signals for lots of things. Air Force has asked for help on, how we can defend an air base. How we, the Navy has asked us, hey, what could we put on the fantail of a destroyer, for example, to carry that stuff forward. So a lot of experimentation, investment in that technology. We need to continue working at the R&E level to ensure that we're scaling up power for, continuous wave, high energy lasers, for example, and then, scale down their size and weight so we can have the flexibility of putting them where they need to be.
Gotcha. I feel like again, renewed interest in air and missile defense that the Ukraine conflict has kind of instigated lots of conversations going on in Europe and lots of other places. And so I wonder if you might want to spend a couple minutes just talking about your important relationships with so many allies, Europe, Middle East, Indo-Pacific, in terms of the missile defense mission.
Yeah, those relationships are incredibly important because what it really means is offsetting U.S. forces if you do it right? So our relationship with Japan, if you look at the Aegis program and the Standard Missile programs that go into Japan, it's their national missile defense, right? So that's an important relationship to have. Having them be absolutely interoperable with U.S. ships is just a big lift in that theater, right? The work that we do with South Korea, the work that we're doing in Australia, the work in the Middle East, as you mentioned before. I'll tell you the work, helping Israel, right? $500 million of our budget goes to Israeli missile defenses every year. So they have a layered defense to protect their country. It helps the combatant command decide, when do you need to augment that with U.S. forces, and if they can carry the load on their own, that is fantastic because we're very short on assets total, right? So we can go move that asset if it's a ship someplace else, as an example. So that's really the power and the lift of it. It's less about. I'm always asked, is there a technology transfer? That's not the issue. The real issue is let's get the capability there. I don't care who builds it, right? Let's integrate that stuff and make sure that we can, freely pass information back and forth and or use that for us. So it's they're very valuable partnerships and it's growing every day, right? The demand signal is high.
And you announced a new partnership with Israel last year, I guess, the Arrow 4.
Right.
What's that about?
It's the next generation of the current Arrow 3 that's deployed today. Gives them much more autonomy. It's very similar to what we're doing with the next generation interceptor. The more autonomous you are in flight, and you can never be totally autonomous, right? Because the threat's constantly moving. You don't want to have to put all the firepower in the front end of an expendable missile. But if you can lessen your reliance on some sensors, then that's a good thing. And that's what next generation interceptor does. And that's what Arrow 4 is going to do for the Israelis. It'll allow them to have more flexibility in their forces.
Fantastic. Yeah. So you've now served as director for a number of years, I guess since summer of 2019.
Right.
I was wondering if you wanted to close out by kind of reflecting on how things have changed in the past couple years, but also the previous panel, talked about Reagan's vision for SDI. And, Reagan said, look, I don't know if this is going to happen in my lifetime, but we have to get started.
Right.
And it didn't, right? It took a little while for a lot of this stuff to be realized. And so kind of looking back the last 5 years or change that you've been at the agency, but also what's your vision for 10 years from now when we come to the 50th anniversary or whatever?
Right.
What is your vision going forward?
Yeah, I would say, for me, it goes back to, so I served as a commander in the Missile Defense Agency. I served as a captain in the Missile Defense Agency, and then I came over to be the deputy back in 2016. Served under Vice Admiral Sering, served under Lieutenant General Greaves. Loved them both. Totally different leaders, totally different challenges, right? None of them are comparable, right? We all lived in different times, but we learn a lot from each other, right? So I like to keep in touch with our prior directors because it's just interesting to trade notes, and you can see the change. It's all driven by the threat. All of it's driven by the threat. That's why I start every brief with a threat discussion because it's so, the evolution is so fast. So where I see things going in the future, if we come back in 10 years, we will start integrating more and more of that high-end technology that you mentioned before. That whole range of directed energy capability, I believe, will be deployed in some fashion or another, right? So that's one thing to look for. The next thing to look for is how we clean up the environment. What I mean by that is the electronic attack and the protection environment, right? So that we're resilient to jammers, right? Because we know that they're going to jam everything they can when they're coming in, right? And I don't want to waste missiles, and I don't want the lives to be lost because of that. So that's really sort of the technical view of where it goes. As our term, I don't know, Tom. It really does come down. I've been surprised. If I look at where the threat space was back in 2016 versus what it is now, it is mind-boggling. And I think you've been over to our war room where we've actually tracked, numbers of tests done, and it's literally a toilet paper roll. You can just let that thing go, and these are all the tests that have been done over the last 3 or 4 years, and it's stunning. And so, I don't like to compare numbers, but, we don't have a toilet paper roll. So.
On that note, well, look, really appreciate your
thank you.
taking the time to come over here and having this conversation, but also appreciate your leadership for the agency all these years. So thanks very
Tom.
much.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right, it's great being here. Thanks a lot.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to what is the last panel of the day. Our panel is called the Industrial Base for Missile Defense. We have a great group assembled for you today, and I want to thank CSIS and the Reagan Institute for holding this event. I'm Marcus Weisgerber. I'm with Defense One. I write about the intersection of business and national security. So real quick, I'm going to introduce each of our panelists. I'm then going to ask each of them to speak for 4 to 5 minutes and give introductory remarks. We'll then have moderated discussion for 20-ish minutes or so, and then we'll take some audience questions and questions from our viewers online. So with that, let's go down the line. We have Miriam Marwick, Senior Vice President of Federal Emerging Technologies with Palantir Technologies. Miriam, thanks for coming. Then we have Debbie Barnett, Vice President of Strategic Missile and Defense Systems with Boeing. Thank you for coming. Tay Fitzgerald, President of Strategic Missile Defense with Raytheon Missiles and Defense. Thank you. And then we have, sorry everybody, the list is not in order. We have Lisa Brown, Vice President and Program Manager for the Next Generation Interceptor, Northrop Grumman. Thank you. And last but not least, Paige Rumberg, Director of Missile Defense and for Lockheed Martin Government Affairs. Thank you. All right, so why don't we just maybe go down the line, and we'll start with Miriam, who just happens to be next to me.
Okay, thank you. So start with some opening remarks. Please. I'll introduce myself. Okay. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to participate and share some thoughts today. I joined Palantir Technologies, as Marcus pointed out, about 2 years ago. Prior to that, was an analyst for the System Evaluation Division at the Institute for Defense Analyses for actually over a decade. And in that role, I got to conduct several studies on missile defense and strategic deterrence, as well as conduct some technical analyses of many of the systems in question that comprise our missile defense enterprise. So I'd like to offer some observations on this panel. Obviously, we have some pretty formidable companies represented here. I wanted to give the perspective of a software company as a former electrical engineer and analyst of weapon systems, and what my perspective is from my perch at an advanced commercial software company. So 3 observations that I wanted to share. First is that even our most exquisite and impressive capabilities with respect to missile defense are as effective as the ability of those who operate those systems to actually effectively deploy them in the time of crisis, in the time of conflict. And so when we define the requirements for our missile defense systems, we tend to stack them up against the threat, against very specific targets that they're meant to defeat. And in doing so, we sometimes make assumptions about what the operator knows about the entire scenario or the crisis at hand or all of the intelligence that supports our understanding of the conflict at that time. That individual decision maker or that part of the operational community who is under that threat at that time has to make the decision. So the window of time to react during an event or conflict is incredibly limited. And so we are always thinking about how software can improve our ability to react really quickly to and really effectively to a specific threat. So advanced software helps in a number of ways. First of all, it allows us to do large-scale fusion and data integration, ensuring that the decision makers at that point of operating missile defense systems have all the information, including intelligence information that's gathered left of launch. And they have that at the moment of a launch. Second, we understand that software can dynamically deploy a certain level of selective automation. So I can speak about AI a little bit later, but just straightforward automation often can reduce the cycle of decision making pretty significantly. And that by itself changes the effectiveness of the actual weapon systems in question. And third, software creates a very connected battle space and a very holistic picture of everything that's going on and everything that needs to be considered when defeating a particular threat. The second observation I'd like to make is that we're often very careful to design systems around specific missions. And an enduring challenge in missile defense, from my perspective, continues to be how do we integrate all of these capabilities together, as Vice Admiral Hill mentioned earlier. What we really want out of our missile defense development is a collective system of systems, not a specific, we can solve this with this, but being able to bring everything together to address the overall threat to our national security. So if designed correctly, a software platform can maximize the modularity, the interoperability across various missile defense systems. It can fuse data from any number of sources, and therefore, the more sensors, the more sources, the better off we ultimately are, but only if we have the right software that can handle that massive influx of information that we're trying to use. I think this is where, the ability to have companies, industry, be able to work together and collaborate on hardware and software advancement is where we will see the most significant change in the future. And the third observation is that I have seen some resistance to the idea that AI or automation is a value or makes a contribution to the safety of operating missile defense systems. And there is a thought that perhaps it could increase the risk of escalation. Actually, what we have seen is that in the right hands, developed by the right people, the right experts, AI has the potential to really significantly reduce the risk of escalation. And the reason I say this, AI, automation, both of those, as a baseline principle, we believe at Palantir that humans belong in the loop, that humans are at the center of decision making, and that AI or autonomous contributions don't take away the power of human decision makers, but actually augment it significantly, make them much more effective at what they need to do. And when time is of the essence, actually is not the time to test the limits of the human decision maker. That's the time to empower them with the speediest and most aggressive influx of information and the ability to make powerful and timely decisions. So I actually really believe that the future success of the missile defense enterprise depends on our determination to make investments in these areas. And I believe that we have seen the indication that our adversaries understand this, they believe this, and that just makes it even more imperative for us to stay ahead of these challenges.
Great.
Thanks so much. Debbie.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. It's really a passion to get to talk about missile defense. So 25 years ago next month, Boeing was awarded the National Missile Defense Contract, which later got redesignated as GMD, the Ground-Based Midcourse Defense, which you've heard many times today. It's the only system that protects this country, our homeland, against long-range ballistic missiles. So there's been a lot of changes and progress that's happened across that system over time, and it takes all of us. And it's interesting because I'm sitting here looking at everyone that is sitting to my left, and we all play a role together somewhere under the umbrella of missile defense, related to just innovation, updates, and all kinds of solutions it takes for this to be successful. So Boeing leads the design, production, integration, test, operations, sustainment, you name it, under GMD. We've been part of that from day one with the government and the Missile Defense Agency. GMD is made up of over 180 assets spanning 15 time zones. It's quite a complex system of systems. It's been operational for almost 19 years. That's a little bit later today, September, sorry. But just so much to be proud of. We've seen so many changes that have happened on that system. But we also play roles in other elements inside of missile defense. We support Raytheon with working on the Standard Missile 3. Northrop Grumman is part of our team for ground systems and now also booster development. And we do the seeker work for Lockheed Martin on PAC-3. So there's an entire bond between industry and what it takes to make up the entire umbrella called missile defense. So I look forward to much more today, and missile defense is just again, quite a passion. I personally have been on GMD for 19 years. I've watched everything from test bed to operations, so I look forward to the discussion.
Great. Tay, over to you.
Yeah, so I also appreciate the opportunity to be here. Like Debbie said, this is kind of full circle for me personally. When I was a teenager, I can remember all the Star Wars mockery, right? So less than 10 years later, I found myself as a bushy-eyed, bright-eyed new engineer in this defense company, and I was working on this stack of electronics called LEAP, which was the lightweight exo-atmospheric projectile designed to, bullet on a bullet to knock a warhead out of space, which at the time didn't seem so impossible, really hard, but, not impossible. I also had the opportunity to work on a program called HEAD-I, High Endo-Atmospheric Interceptor. A very similar mission, but that was much further along at the time, not just hardware, but we were doing flight tests when I was a girl. So come full circle now, as I sit here, I'm very proud to say both of those interceptors have worked their way into SM-3, which we know is deployed in ships around the world, both for us and the Japanese, is that interceptor. And HEAD-I, like Debbie talked about, went on to become the GBI, the interceptor for GMD. Again, 44 of those, in the ground, ready to defend the nation, God forbid if need be, but Raytheon's been a proud partner also since day one, and I feel like I have tracked the progress of Raytheon and MDA along the way, and also very proud to work with, again, I think everybody. Raytheon's also worked with Palantir on the stage. I think MDA and industry, some days we compete, some days we partner, but I think we're all very proud to be part of this noble mission. And I would be remiss if I did not also call out, as a year of celebration, this year is the 75th anniversary of the Women's Armed Services Integration Act. And ironically, and I think accidentally, you're looking at a all-woman panel here in the defense industry, so lots to celebrate on that point. And again, we're very proud to have protect the men and the women in uniform today. So thank you for being here.
Great, thank you. And Lisa.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for having us here today. And as we took the stage, it's not lost on me that in various points of my career, I've had weekly tag-ups both with Debbie and with Tay. So it's very clear as we work through and talk through probably a lot of the existing and future programs within MDA that we work very closely together. And not just MDA, but the other service industries as well. As I was putting together my thoughts on the plane on the way here about what I wanted to talk about, and thought about the technology innovations over the 30 years of my career so far, I realized that I wasn't working either at the beginning of SDI. So as any good engineer would do, I went back and tried to do my homework to see maybe what I missed in those first 10 years. And one of the first things that I saw is I know that we're all aware of the folks that said that the internet would never take off. The internet was not possible. It would not be embraced by the public. And similarly, I found a ton of articles about how SDI was the dumbest thing we could possibly do and it would never work. And knowing what I know now, I think that I would posit that it has been a success, not only in fueling technology innovation, but also in formulating a lot of the bonds that we see here today between industry, between different branches and services of warfighters, as well as the different military agencies. When I previously, in previous years, when I briefed, why do we do what we do? Why do we do missile defense? I would have one chart that would accumulate, the headlines over the last 6 to 9 months of all the reasons why we do what we do. And frankly, within the last 18 months, I don't need to look back that far to find relevant headlines. Frankly, it's only in a matter of weeks. If you looked at what we as a country are doing to respond to these threats, things have changed so drastically in the last 18 months when it comes to the Chinese ramping up test and development, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and seeing what they were capable of bringing directly into theater now. You look at our non-peer threats and the amount of testing. I think Admiral Hill talked to it earlier today. And you say, what are we as a nation doing about this? What are we as industry partners doing about this? And you look at the 2022 National Defense Strategy, and number one is defending the homeland. And John Plum, Honorable Mr. Plum, who has talked through thought leadership with his agency as well as throughout the White House, has introduced some new phases of battle, as he calls them, that make a lot of sense. And we are right now in the competitive phase, which means that while we're in peacetime, but you see the rapid emerging of the threats and the technology, this is called the competitive phase. The crisis phase would be as that transitions from peace into conflict, and then finally what we hope never comes is the conflict phase, which would be war. We're in an era right now where the war fighters also cannot do what they do without bringing in space assets, and all of our companies up here have significant parts to play when it comes to use and modernizing of those space assets. And within Northrop Grumman, we think about our capabilities along the missile defense kill chain, and what we would call, off the top of my head, so we've got modeling and simulation, we've got left of launch, we have threat identification and discrimination, we have command and control, fire control, as well as the final intercept and then post-intercept assessment, and what that looks like. Threat modeling and left of launch are key capabilities also from some of our other folks that we have here on the stage, and what we don't bring in a prime contract, typically we will partner, as we talked about, to bring forward to the customer. Some of the programs that we have along those lines, not just MDA programs, would include HBTSS, which you've heard a lot about today, Next Gen Polar, we have satellite capabilities, and then the cadre of programs we have within MDA. We have the technical lead position on C2BMC, and then we prime the ground-based system and the fire control. And then we have a very robust solid rocket motor business, which is not only for GBIs, but for strike weapons and anything from what warfighters call rockets that you can hug all the way up through Artemis. So one of the other things that I just want to acknowledge before I close is, we up here do a lot of things when it comes to the conflict phase and avoiding the conflict phase and what that means. But we certainly appreciate the thought leadership with the Reagan Institute and CSIS when it comes to also the non-conflict oriented thought processes around diplomacy, allyship, combating misinformation, and the wealth of other ways that you go about thinking about how to handle missile defense without actually having to use missiles.
Paige.
Thank you, Marcus, and thanks to CSIS for hosting this discussion today. I've only been with Lockheed Martin for about a year now, but I've been in and around missile defense in the community for 20 years, and most of that time as a Navy civilian, where I had the honor and privilege of working in the Aegis BMD program for a number of years, which really started my journey forward with Aegis into working with Lockheed Martin. Going back to my early days in building and delivering capability, the initial defensive operations for long-range surveillance and track from Aegis destroyers, pivoting that operationally proven capability and bringing it ashore to Romania and now to Poland, and really carrying forward today with what we're bringing to Guam. That's been a tremendous journey, just to see the strength and value of the partnerships between the government labs, UARCs, FFRDCs, industry, and service staffs to really hone where we need to go with those requirements. It's not lost on me as I think back through all the great historical retrospective we had at the beginning of the day today, that I am very privileged to have walked the halls at Aegis BMD where the hand markups of President Reagan's SDI speech are hanging framed on the wall. It's a very humbling thing to have been a part of the history of delivering this capability. And as we look into what the next 40 years of missile defense will bring, I'm very encouraged by the rigor of the capability that everybody on this stage has a part in bringing forward. I think the end users are bolstered by the quality of what we provide and the partnerships that we all have here in delivering a missile defense capability that's reliable, that's persistent, and that's going to be ready to defeat the next era of threats. So thanks again, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Well, I was not going to go here at the beginning, but in listening to everybody and talk about the wide breadth of experience that everyone has over the decades in missile defense, I figured maybe usually at the end I'll talk about the workforce. Let's talk about the workforce right now and just kind of how are each of you doing in attracting new engineers, new talent to work on these really complicated programs. Myself, I think back it's got to be 5-6 years ago. I was at Sandia Labs with Dave Goldfein, who was the Air Force chief at the time. And we were at the Air Force Nuclear Weapons Center, and we were talking about the future of nuclear recapitalization. And they were literally talking about having to go to nursing homes to find engineers to get some historical perspective. So I guess maybe we could just go down the line. Everyone could talk a little bit about what each of their companies are doing to attract that next generation of talent and to capture maybe some of the expertise that has been done from the generation before now. We'll go right down the line. How about that?
Okay. I should have picked my seat more carefully. So actually, I love this question because I feel like you'll note our company leadership does not speak about this issue much because we don't face this as an issue. We have, for some reason, could be the fun environment of the workplace, I'm not sure, but we have a very strong appeal to young engineers and young, incredibly talented people who learn very quickly and who are very open to mentorship from the people who have worked in this field before them, and they absorb very quickly. I think that the question of attracting is only the first, it's like the phase 0 of the problem. It's like, first, how do you get people to want to work in this, to bring them in? And it's more than just luring them. It's also how are you cultivating the right environment for them to thrive and want to stay in it? Because as I think the women on this stage have shown, the really important thing is to encourage people to want to stick with this, because that's where the really great insight comes from, is people who are immersed in it for an extended period of time and don't want to just bounce off to the next interesting and exciting opportunity. And that's really what we focus on a lot, is cultivating the atmosphere once we bring in that talent to really encourage them to appreciate the mission and want to stick with it.
Debbie.
Yeah, for me, especially if I just focus it on the missile defense portion, it really is about the mission. When you try to, you talk about a program you want people to work on, but they'll never get to see it operate. Hopefully they never get to see it operate. That's, NASA has a very different sell pitch, so that's a sell pitch that's a little bit harder. So it has to be about the mission. You think about a system that protects every single person that lives in the U.S., all 50 states. It's a pretty heavy load, and it matters no matter what anyone does. I don't care if you're, deep into the interceptor or you're working a piece of data in configuration management. It doesn't matter. It all matters. And it's just about getting around that mission and understanding the importance of the job that we do every day, because we can't afford the thought of losing a life.
Yeah, and I'm going to echo both what Miriam and Debbie said. A lot of the mission is what helps us with retention, which is as important, if not more important, than attracting people. But the complexity of the mission, young engineers, just like when I was that bushy-tailed, bright-eyed engineer, you want a difficult problem, you want a meaty problem, you want a problem that matters, right? And again, strategic missile defense has all of that, the great mission, the complexity, the hard problem, the almost impossible problem that, we can solve. And honestly, Marcus, I think the pandemic, while that did drive some strange behavior in the workforce, at least for us, it was a blessing in disguise, because I think historically defense has felt very much that, everybody has to be here and everybody has to be in the building and everybody has to, be in the government model. I think we've learned we can work, almost anywhere at the time, and that's at any time. And I think that's opened the doors for recruitment for us, and we're seeing a really positive change on that. So again, double-edged sword, the pandemic, but we've, I think, been able to use it to our advantage for recruitment.
So I was in a conversation here at CSIS a few weeks ago where we talked about the fact that by 2030, 80% of the jobs are jobs that don't exist right now. So it's not only finding talent, it's finding innovative talent and folks that are looking forward because of how fast technology is evolving. So it's hard. I mean, defense is at a cross section with a lot of the commercial industries, the Amazon, SpaceX, other companies where we're recruiting the same pools of talent. And it's not just recruiting, it's also retaining that talent. So the mission is incredibly humbling within missile defense, and that's definitely a mission that young engineers and experienced engineers as well well can really get behind, but also fueling the diversity of thought that it's going to take to be innovative, to think forward to the problems that we're going to have within the next several decades. And again, recruiting away from some of the same companies that also have commercial opportunities as well.
So, I think of this from the lens of a multi-generational workforce as well, because all of the large primes, we're all still servicing hardware that's been in service for decades. And so you can recruit the top engineering talent out of the best universities, and you're going to have to teach them how to use something that doesn't look like that tablet. And that creates a mentoring challenge for all of our companies as well. And I think as we look to sustain that sort of steady state of not just the newest generation, the incoming workforce, but to be able to retain our talented workforce that's been with us for a long time. It's that passing down of knowledge while we're innovating that's going to be crucial. Additionally, the commercial end, I think, is also a very interesting aspect. One that we talk a lot about, but I'm also drawn by the fact that Lockheed Martin's got a very large percentage of its workforce that has served in the armed services as well. So that kind of becomes a recruiting means in and of itself for a number of roles. So certainly a dynamic time from a workforce perspective, but I think the mission, echoing what the ladies have said, that continues to drive us, especially when we look toward opportunities to bring those who've worn the uniform into the company and see how we can leverage their lessons learned and make that even more real for the rest of our workforce.
All right, and then the other aspect of the industrial base right now, in terms of health, is, aside from workforce, is the actual manufacturing and supply chains and whatnot. We'll bounce around this time. How about that? we won't go down the line. Well, you're not manufacturing, I guess, missiles, so we can start with Tay. How about that? Tay, how's Raytheon doing with manufacturing right now? I know I've talked to your CEO before about some rocket motor shortfalls. How are you guys managing through that? And just are we seeing finally alleviation, I guess, of what the last 3 years have brought us, just in terms of just the global supply chain from COVID and pandemic?
Yeah, I was going to say, another gift from the pandemic,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, you've heard from our CEO, no secret, that we've been struggling, particularly on the rocket motor front, but, I don't think that's unique. That's a particularly troublesome case for us, but it's definitely not unique. Suppliers, for everyone who's gone to their local fill-in-the-blank drugstore, fill-in-the-blank grocery store has seen it across the board. I think we've all had to deal with it. Not everybody has the imperative to protect the nation like we do. So we've spent a lot of energy internally making sure that we send people, send resources, send expertise to those suppliers to make sure that we can get back on track and make sure that where it matters most, we can get those supply chains active again, full capacity, full expertise, even staff if need be. So we are seeing turning that corner, I'm happy to say, and I also putting a lot of expertise into recapitalizing internally, to make sure once that supply chain gets flowing again as it should be, we are equipped to do that and even more as the pull from across the world intensifies. So yeah, I think we're getting there, Marcus.
Okay. Anybody else have any insight they want to share on their supply chains or manufacturing? How about, does anybody have, maybe Lisa, can you talk, your NGI, completely new interceptor. Can you talk about how that's being designed maybe compared to in the past with the way interceptors were designed? And how is Northrop doing things differently?
Sure. So because we're in an active competition, I was told not to talk about NGI specifically, but I'll talk in general about some of the underpinnings of weapon systems programs. First I want to footstop something that Taya said, which is that we also, because of the pandemic, have put a lot of resources on making sure that we mother and nurture along a lot of our suppliers to make sure that we're not affecting the overall mission. One of the things that I think that missile defense in general is doing differently, and we've heard people talk about it, on this panel as well as talking about the capabilities that AI brings to the fight, as well as digital transformation. So one of the key 5 cornerstones of our company right now, for the last several years, it's been on our CEO's top list, is digital transformation and the development of digital twins. I mean, one of the first things I heard about digital transformation was that in F1 racing, they no longer necessarily restrict track time for the teams. They restrict how much time you could spend actually doing the modeling of the race itself. So similar, if you take that to our weapon systems and missile defense as well, the ability to essentially fly a missile without flying a missile is important to be able to not only assess what the threats are and the capabilities against those threats, but also to find the inner workings and potentially look at the strengths and weaknesses of the systems themselves. So my answer would be digital transformation and the things that designing something from scratch now that wasn't capable decades ago.
You brought it up, and Miriam, you brought it up with the role of AI earlier. Why don't we pull on that thread a little bit?
Can I first
you
say something about
go for it.
Digital twinning and what Lisa mentioned? So people often think that supply chain doesn't apply to a software company. It really, really does, but in a very different way. But I don't want to pull on that thread so much as a lot of what we have learned. So we have a very large commercial business in addition to our defense business at Palantir. And one of the things that we're seeing, which is exciting, is how the defense industrial base is starting to take its learnings from the way commercial industry appreciates how important it is to do that digital transformation and to really understand your supply chain before it's a problem. Right? So COVID obviously accelerated everybody. My kids love to use the word supply chain now. Didn't think that was going to be part of their vocabulary at this age, but it's changed our thinking. But when it comes to this kind of complex manufacturing that you have to do, it's a really important thing, and it's our customers on the commercial side have understood that for a while, and we're now starting to see when we partner with companies on the defense side of the business as well, how urgent that's become, and these are some of the most complex systems in the whole world, with some of the most bespoke parts integrated into them, and we can't afford, from the perspective of our national security, to not pay very close attention to the digital implications of all of that. And what we've seen is that it's not just about protecting the development of those things, but there's often tremendous acceleration of the ability to produce these things on a much more efficient and assured production line when you employ the right types of tools. And now to the AI question.
So let's pivot right to the AI question. Where should, what is the role of AI in missile defense? Where could it help make those decisions earlier, and how quickly can it help, or how much more time essentially can it give you?
Okay, so there are, and I think someone brought up the kill chain earlier, there are going to be fundamental points across the kill chain where we need a human decision maker. But there are a lot of places where we currently have humans making decisions and trying to discriminate massive quantities of information where a machine can do a better job. So what I think is the most powerful thing that we can be doing in our design of AI is, first of all, not make it about the quantity, but about the quality of where we apply it. So, of course, we tend to evaluate our ability to compete with our adversaries in this field with, like, how much money is being spent, how many different types of AI are being developed. But it's not that. It's really the sophisticated and intelligent application of AI to how it augments the human in that loop, right? So we say, like, the human's in the loop, but the human is actually the core of how we apply AI to the mission. And what we see is significantly empowered operators when they are given AI that is allowing them to process information, much more information, and much more quickly than they could possibly be consuming that on their own. And it does not in any way increase the risk from the operator's perspective, because it is empowering them significantly to be able to make informed and timely decisions.
Are you seeing resistance within just the military at all about using AI at all? You know,
So
we
the
hear from
military's not one person.
right. We hear from leadership this desire to include AI and machine learning and everything, essentially. But as we go through the layers from everything from acquisition requirements folks to the operators themselves, I guess, what is the comfort level? And if anybody else has a good example of this too, please chime in. What is the comfort level they have to using AI, both, I guess, if you could put it on current systems, if it's there already, or in the future?
So I think there's a lot that is, there's automation and then there's AI, right? And so those aren't necessarily interchangeable. But when you look at, from a leader's perspective, if you set it up as pursuing this increases the risk and not pursuing this is a safer option, then I think anybody in a military leadership position is going to opt for the lower risk, right? There are lives at stake. There's no room for error. This is really serious. But if you start demonstrating, and this is all about taking this from the theoretical and into implementing real technology up front, and then not asking them to just believe in the future, but showing them what can be done now, then you start to be able to show them a very different calculus, and that is, don't pursue this, and you might actually be subjecting yourself to increased risk. And when you change that calculus, then you see people start to warm up to the idea. But again, we're all about proving capability and not asking people to trust that in 5 years from now or 10 years from now, this is going to add value.
And Marcus, if you don't mind, I want to jump in, you know, because Raytheon obviously does a lot of work. Again, we have the GBI, we have other effectors, you know, that are very heavy in the discrimination domain. You know, a lot of algorithm, a lot of data, a lot of processing, right? And I would tell you that the customer is absolutely embracing what Miriam's describing as, help me get through this massive amount of data that we have, especially when you start talking data coming from satellites, data coming from multiple resources, as Vice Admiral Hill was talking about earlier in the integration problem. So I think, and Miriam also made a point I want to hammer home. There's AI, there's automation, which we're bringing into our factories. And again, the customers are embracing that with glee, right? And then there's machine learning, which is a whole other animal, right? Three very distinct things. I think when we start talking about getting AI in the loop relative to real-time decisions that are going to be life and death, I think that's where there is rightfully resistance or trepidation, right? As opposed to technologies that, you know, certainly again in our domain in Raytheon with discrimination, we're seeing, again, open arms for other types of use of AI, machine learning, and automation. So I think we're maybe further along than the perception might be with the customer.
I'll jump in on that too. So when it comes to tactical decision superiority, I would say that there is a real hunger in the operational community for ways to better parse large amounts of data, whether you're trying to build a common operational picture from a lot of sensors, sort through things very quickly. That speed that's going to be required for the threats that are coming, the raid densities that we're expecting, you cannot expect even the best trained operator to be able to keep pace with that fight. So adoption of AI and automation, absolutely critical. I think the end user absolutely believes that. I think they're looking to industry to find ways to make adoption and uptake of that capability faster and easier in the immediate near term, because let's be honest, they're all ending their day looking at a cell phone that has a lot of capability in it, and not all of our operational systems are as user-friendly as what has been really engineered for the mass market. So I think the onus is on us to really try to drive that perspective into our program offices and double down on that operational feedback that says we could do better and we should.
I want to tag onto that too. So again, from our perspective, we haven't seen resistance to AI, but one other critical part of that is as we talk about potentially a raid scenario, where times where there's just such a large amount of data that a soldier's trying to take in to decide what the action's going to be. One of the things that General Van Herk, I've heard him say it several times, is give me the most amount of time to make a decision. And that's one of the things that, frankly, talking about how to use decision-making aids has been embraced by the end user.
So I want to talk about S&T a little bit. You know, back during the SDI, the S&T funding was really critically important. Thoughts on S&T funding overall now? We listened to Admiral Hill talk about the ambitious goals for the future. I've seen, I didn't see the beginning, but I don't think he had a chart, but he had a chart a few weeks ago that he showed, I believe, during his budget rollout or during a speech he gave, just kind of how we've gone from ballistic missile defense and essentially one specific mission there to being able to defend against a host of different things, cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles, et cetera. Is S&T funding where it needs to be, and what are some areas where S&T funding could be, where you'd like to see greater investment, or where your company is making investment in S&T, in a specific technology?
Take the first hack at it. So when I talked about the different pieces of the missile defense kill chain, one of the things that we do is that we typically find a lot of adoption within each of those lanes with a given agency. And what we have found is that perhaps the best use of our own discretionary is looking at the gaps between those individual lanes, where you start integrating different capabilities so it brings a larger capability to the overall whole. So I guess my personal perspective is that I think we found a lot of goodness at S&T in the individual lanes, and we tend to knit things together through our own investment, if it makes sense.
I'll take that too. So crossing the valley of death, right? So we've all experienced some flavor of that with S&T. We have to continue to innovate because the adversary is going to continue to innovate, and finding the right mechanism to push capability out quickly, whether it's through some form of accelerated acquisition or through technical demonstrations that can get us to maturation of S&T and finding that landing pad faster. Absolutely important, but I don't think we should lose sight of what we could still do to get latent inherent capability out of the systems that we have today while we invest in S&T and do basic and applied research. It's all got to happen in parallel, and I think sometimes we lose sight of you have advanced threats coming, but you have latent capability that could be optimized to go after that threat, and if you only keep your eye on the S&T investment, you lose opportunity to get something out there tomorrow instead of 5 to 10 years from now.
And that's, oh, I'm sorry, Debbie, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I completely agree. We have to be able to grow and make better what's there today. And the same as Lisa said, I mean, most all of your large industry partners are making investments for things in the future. But it's all about, moving with the speed of relevancy, or it really doesn't matter if we're not able to do that. And when you think about the current, and I'll go back to GMD, and Admiral Hill talked a little bit about it, and that's the SLEP program. Mm-hmm. And that's making the GBIs we have better, more reliable, and they'll be able to last for longer years at a higher level of reliability, while NGI is making its way through the development phase. So you can't forget today and only focus on tomorrow. Completely agree.
I'm going to grab one from, I think probably a viewer, because I don't see Mark Sillinger in the room. But he asks, is additive manufacturing or 3D printing being used in missile defense? If so, how? And do you expect that use to grow in the coming years?
Absolutely, in prototype development, right? It's one of the, speed of relevance is one of the things we deploy regularly just to test out concepts quickly. And I think we have a lot of great lessons learned, all the way from fitment to more complex answers that we're getting relative to our early designs. My personal experience is there's actually a little more resistance to that even than AI in the end user. I think we've got a ways to go to prove that we can use additive manufacturing as a true production capability.
So I was going to ask you right there, so you said prototyping. I guess where are the barriers for actually doing this? Because you got to imagine that a technology like this, if the rubber meets the road and you need to, as we're seeing with munitions as a whole right now with Ukraine, if you need to move fast, you need to use other methods to do so. So I guess where are the barriers to that?
I don't want to hog it. I will tell you, personal opinion, quality, understanding the quality, the lifetime service of whatever's being made, I think is one of our biggest barriers. Just proving that. I think we all accept it, but proving it is a whole different ballgame.
I'd say it's not just about speed. Sometimes it's about weight budget. So there are parts, certainly, that Lockheed Martin is using additive manufacturing to save weight. And when you've got a space, weight, and power constraint inside of a complex system, there are applications for additive manufacturing that can really save you a lot on a weight budget. So, from a prototyping perspective, absolutely, it's speed to a part, speed to a component. But there are plenty of applications for it in operational systems as well. And I think getting a widespread adoption of that, you're not far into the future for seeing that. I think it's extremely near term.
And I'm going to tag onto that too. So other than just actual hardware that uses additive manufacturing, I think all of us on our manufacturing lines, I can't think of a single manufacturing line we don't use additive manufacturing on when it comes to maintenance and reliability of the machines themselves, as well as setup of the machines, all of those things. So I would think that, I just want to get across, we probably use it more than most people are likely aware, whether it makes its way into the actual deliver hardware or not.
Can everyone talk about left of launch efforts that they're working on? I know we heard that come up. I know it seems like one of those things that we've heard along with lasers for 40 years, and we have a question about lasers that we'll go to next. But can anybody talk about any left of launch? Whether it's I guess jamming or something else that I'm not thinking about, or is this all like super classified stuff? Yes?
Yes, it's super classified.
That goes classified very quickly.
But I can say that additive manufacturing, you got me on that one.
Okay.
But, from the perspective of left of launch, I really think that's all software to a certain degree, and that is being able to really understand what is important to know at the point of launch, and how do you really access that information when it counts. So left of launch can be everything having to do with cyber, electronic warfare, as you mentioned, all of the intelligence data that's out there, and being able to figure out how it has any bearing on the decision making that the operator needs to make in that very short window of time after launch. And I think, so left of launch is definitely an emphasis that we have been investing in, and it impacts not just missile defense, but all JADC2 and all of those domains as well.
Yeah, I'll quote General Van Herk one more time, which is I've heard him say, let's not leave data on the floor. Yeah. So we collect a lot of data. Let's make sure we're looking at the right data, filtering through that data, and using it if it's indicating the imminency of a threat.
So I'll go to the laser question next. I feel like I've been doing this 17, almost 18 years, and lasers were just around the corner then. I feel like lasers are just around the corner now, although I guess there are some small unmanned system, like a small drone laser technology that's being used. But in terms of lasers for missile defense, how far away are we?
We're putting Preble to sea with Helios in 2023. So, we're assessing the lethality for missile defense purposes in addition to its program of record capabilities for counter-ISR, counter-UAS, counter-FACT-FIAC. So there's real technology there. I would say it's not a technology problem as much as it's a scaling and getting the cost where we need it to be for rapid proliferation of capability across the services and in multiple domains. And I would also put out the operational acceptance and overcoming the hurdles of not just maintenance on some pretty exquisite hardware, but understanding the safety constraints that are policy limitations that the Joint Staff has to approve packages on just to get it adopted and into the field. So there's a lot of learning going on right now, not just operational learning, but staff and policy learning, frankly, on the adoption of directed energy.
Yeah, I think Paige is absolutely right. We have some systems, more targeted at this point, no pun intended, at international communities, right, for ground-based systems. Not so much missile defense, but you got to start somewhere, and those are actually being fielded today. But again, a lot of policy issues, a lot of legal concerns that we're still working through. And I also always like to talk in terms of directed energy, not just lasers, but a lot of conversation too about high-powered microwave and a lot of advances in that direction that are going to be very similar policy type challenges that we'll have to work through over the upcoming years.
All right, so since we kind of started with workforce, I feel we'll end with workforce. This is from Jake. Similar to the first question that was asked, what are the major workforce challenges you see in responding to changing requirements in a timely manner? What can DoD do to enable industry responsiveness?
Responsiveness to requirements. I think there's a two-way street with some of the digital transformation that Lisa mentioned, and adoption of model-based system engineering is something that our younger workforce kind of comes in plug and play with almost a predisposition to put MBSE into practice. Now we got to work on the customer side as well to make sure that as we start doing digital reviews of our capabilities, that there's an understanding of how to make that efficient and effective, so that it's not just a buzzword or somebody checking the box to say, I've met my digital transformation goals, but that we're actually implementing it and that the workforce is seeing the benefit to doing that. I think they really go hand in hand for me.
If I could add to maybe to the front part of that, is that there has to be collaboration on front to make sure that what the requirements are understood the same way on both sides, so that we get started as quickly as possible and we're not end up pivoting because maybe it wasn't as intended or just a misunderstanding. So I think that collaboration on day one is critical.
I'm going to go back to something also that was just said, which is that the workforce is very excited about digital transformation, DevSecOps, agile development. I think that is a lot easier on new start programs than it is on legacy programs. So one of the things that perhaps, and I'm lucky that the agencies that I work with are doing a nice job of embracing the advantages of digital, but on legacy type programs, trying to figure out where that makes sense and then describe through the agencies the benefits that offers. I know we have some really good examples on DSC as an example of places where we've employed techniques to decrease the number of people that actually took for programming as an example. But I think that maybe a harder look on legacy programs to see how maybe we can interject those capabilities instead of just new start programs.
Yeah.
No,
please do. Your turn.
I was just going to say, I think a lot of us have had really good, I know for sure at Raytheon, I know some of the folks we've worked with have had really good modeling and sim capability for a long time. I think the thing that's changing now that's helping a lot, again, with the new workforce and with the government being able to hit the I believe button on some of our requirements trades, is being able to integrate those models, integrate them with each other and integrate them with the government, so that our customers can see firsthand, yes, this is a true result, a true performance analysis that we're getting, so that we can do that common understanding of requirements and make those trades way up front. Sorry, Debbie.
No, you're good. I was just going to augment what Lisa said, because GMD is a prime example of picking particular areas to start that digital engineering, and we've done that. But then with NDAs, going to the GMD futures with a multiple contract, that entire future of GMD is going to be on a digital engineering platform. So at least from an MDA perspective, they've completely embraced that kind of thinking and the advantages that it brings end to end, across the threads, point to point, because the amount of interfaces that system has is pretty tremendous. So that whole new technology, back to the workforce, is exciting for bringing people on board.
All right. Well, we're right at 2 o'clock, so I believe we're the last session of the day. Tom, do you have any closing remarks? You're good. So on behalf of Tom and CSIS and the Reagan Institute, thanks so much for joining us today. We hope you all have a great weekend. And thank you to everybody.